Good morning. Anybody watching on replay? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Let's see if the courthouse has. We have about 26 minutes till the trial starts. So until then, I'm gonna wait until more people come in, and then we can start brainstorming and talking about like the past few days' testimonies.
I'm leaving.
All right. Okay, and so while we're waiting, I have some stuff to show. Let's see. Testimonies. We had quite a few testimonies yesterday. And so for those who are watching on replay, that's what I'm doing right now, is just showing a few of the things that we watched on yesterday, which was day 7. Today is day 8. We are starting with witness number 36. Remember, anyway, the list I saw, not even a list, it was just kind of an article. They had the state was to call like 55 witnesses, and I believe the defense only had like 2, which is odd, but this was one of the witnesses yesterday. She was witness number 35. Her name was Roseanne Smith. She was the driver for the medical transportation. She had a lot to say. So we're gonna. No, this is not her. I'm sorry. This is not Rose. This is Brittany. Brittany Bedard. She was the one who. She was dating Travis Beach at the time. She stayed at the hotel with them the night that Adam Montgomery allegedly disposed of Harmony Montgomery's remains. She did not end up putting it in her name. She did get a call from them saying that it needed to be in her name, or they asked her to put it in her name. But she ends up not doing that. Where is the guy? Dennis? Is it Dennis? Nope. His name is Brendan Middleton. Let's see. If somebody's here, I apologize. I'll be right there. I'm not looking at chat right now, but I will in just a second. I'm just trying to find some testimony from yesterday that we can watch. Let me see. I know he's in here. I might have to find it actually on the Court TV site. You can find it. They do a really good job of putting their markers up and stuff. So I'm gonna drop their link in chat for everybody needs. So Court TV is where I'm watching all of our streams. Okay, so this is from day 7. I'm looking for, and it was Dennis. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Sorry, y'all. I'm looking for this inmate. I know Brittany Bedard. That should have been after her. Dennis, and then Brendan. Yeah, Brendan Middleton paid for the U-Haul. Let's see. Okay. Oh, I'm already sharing screen. Look at me go. Okay, found it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Middleton, as we're being recorded here today on the record, would you please state your first and last name and then spell both your first and last name for us?
Brendan Middleton, first name Brendon, last name Middleton.
And Mr. Middleton, how far did you go in school?
I got my GED.
Okay. And let me ask you, at this time, are you currently residing at the Hillsborough County House of Corrections?
Currently, yes.
I'd like to ask you, with regards to that's where you're living now, but where were you living back in March of 2020?
The Welcome Home,
The Welcome.
Manchester, New Hampshire.
Manchester, New Hampshire. Is that on Concord Street?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me ask you, when you were also one other date. So we've talked about March of 2020. I want to jump forward a little bit in time and talk about July 6th of 2022. Where were you living then?
I believe I was homeless around that time.
Home at that point?
Either Welcome Home or homeless. I've lived there on and off a couple times.
Okay. I'd like to ask about a name, Brittany Bedard. Do you know who she is?
I know the name and kind of remember her face, yes.
And what about Travis Beach? Do you know that name?
I do.
Okay. And how do you know him?
I met Travis through work when I was doing tree work at Accurate Tree Service. And Brittany was eventually his girlfriend.
When you met him, Brittany was his girlfriend? Or, I'm sorry, you just said
later in time. I met Travis and he was single at first.
Okay. All right. Back in March, specifically March 3rd of 2020, did you agree to rent a U-Haul van for Travis Beach?
Yes.
Okay. Could you go ahead and explain to us why did you rent a van for him that day?
To my knowledge, Travis had contacted me. Him and Brittany were dating. They were looking to move furniture from her father's house. They didn't have a card or the money to do so. I've always been told and raised to help my friends and people I care for. So,
Good morning, Nicole. I'm just replaying some of yesterday's testimony in case people, maybe have missed it. Um, I don't know if you've seen this one. If you need me to recap who it is, just let me know and I will fill you in. But if you did watch yesterday, you'll know that he was the inmate who rented the U-Haul van. He didn't know what he was renting it for. He just did a favor for a friend, kind of thing. But have you been up all night, Nicole? I saw that you were in Mel's, and I know that we had Stones and Mel's channel lives last night. I personally knew I had to be up this morning for 6. I had to bring Micah to work, so I went to bed super early last night. But girl, did you get any sleep? I hope you were able to.
I agreed to do so. I met them at the South Willow U-Haul, or the gas station next to U-Haul. I went to U-Haul, rented the van for them, drove it over to the gas station, met them, and had left it in their hands.
All right. Let me ask you a couple of quick questions about that. The U-Haul, I believe you just said it's the one down on South Willow Street?
Correct.
Okay. And the gas station where you met them and gave them the U-Haul, where was that in relation to like the South Willow Street U-Haul?
I believe it's right next door to it.
Okay.
Maybe I could be wrong. Maybe there's a store in between, but if to my knowledge and what I remember, it's right next to it.
And how did you end up paying for that U-Haul?
With my debit card.
When you rented it, did you have to fill out paperwork or check off some boxes?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And did you have to go through that before they would give you the keys to the
Yes.
van? Did you have to sign for it at one point?
Yes.
Obviously, this was back in March of 2020, so I take it you don't have a copy of that paperwork with you.
No, no, sir, I do not.
If I could approach, please, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Mr. Middleton, I'm going to present you with a copy of what's been marked States Exhibit 94 for identification purposes only. And I'll go ahead and take that out for you. You can go ahead and just generally flip through. I'm going to turn a cover page, kind of look at page 1 of the substantive exhibit. Take a minute to look through that and each of the next pages. Take your time. And then I've got a couple of questions for you when you get done, okay?
Oh, okay, Nicole, good. Yeah, this trial is a whole mess. I pause it real quick to ask you, what is the challenge for this week? Because I'm gonna be honest, I haven't been able to concentrate really at all. But you can just tell me in chat because oops, I don't remember what the challenge is supposed to be.
Yes.
And when you look through there, the rental, are they all contained inside that document?
Correct.
Other than the fact that this does not have
Okay.
hand signature on it, that difference and the fact that the first page here has got a little red sticker, any other sort of changes from when you remember going through that same paperwork in those same fill in the blank section?
Okay, I think I'm gonna find Rose's testimony from yesterday. That one was pretty dang powerful. Montgomery. She was a really good witness. I hope I can find hers. Doesn't look like I'll be able to. It's not coming up right away anyway. Let me go back to court TV. Day 7. Let me go back to chat real quick. What am Good morning, JR Nana. I'm making my rounds, sending love and light to all. Well, love and light to you too, JR Nana. I hope you have a great day. I also listened to Kayla again, her jail calls to Adam. I guess Adam had a new woman. Ooh, Nicole, where'd you find that info? I would definitely be interested in listening to that and playing them. So I'm gonna drop my email, and if you can just send me like the link or something. Her jail calls to Adam, I bet, are interesting. JR Nana says everything challenges me. I know it's been a rough time, JR Nana. Like, take it easy, be kind to yourself, and I hope that you have, a great weekend this weekend too. Oh yeah, that's true. Thank you, Nicole. The description of the Wonderland game. Kind of give it like yeah. Okay, I remember now. Yeah, yeah, Nicole, it's fine as long as you attempt, you tried, you participate, and you forget a couple people. It's fine. It's all for fun, girl. Oh, it's on YouTube. Well, if you just tell me, okay. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. What time is it? 7:33. Yeah, they haven't even. I'll put it on live day 7. That was day 7. Let me close that. Okay. I'm gonna put on the trial so that we know when it starts. Oh no, I did that. I'm so used to it. But yeah, this is gonna start soon, so I'll put that on there. Everything is always good. Challenges aren't a bad thing necessarily. I wish I had your attitude every day, JR Nana, because when I have challenges and all that stuff, my defense mechanism is just to shut the world out, get in my bed, go to sleep. um, but yeah, Nicole, I definitely am interested in that. Let me know if you send the email. That way I can be on the lookout for it. But let's see if I can find something. You said you seen it on YouTube. Let's see. So I see a phone call between Kayla, Adam Montgomery's father, at the bail hearing. I don't know what that is. Kayla Montgomery released from jail following arrest on charges. Plea deal calls for Kayla to serve time, testify against Adam Montgomery. Ooh, that one's gonna be interesting. A lot of this stuff I add to, like, my playlist or to watch later. But I don't see what you're talking about. Man at home during Kayla Montgomery's arrest describes experience. What is this one? Hmm. Sorry, y'all. I'm looking for some of these jail calls, but I'm pretty sure Nicole will come through. Oh, I wanted to watch this. How long is this? 22 minutes. Has anybody ever heard of Dr. G? He's like a body language expert. Let's see what he has to say about Kayla's testimony.
I'm a licensed clinical psychologist and body language expert, and today we're going to be analyzing behavior and body language from Kayla Montgomery.
I'm monitoring if I should play it or not. I'll look at that later. I don't want to get people yelling at me. Let's see what I missed. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good morning, Resto, or good evening. It is like 10:36 p.m. for you. Are you wide awake? You sent an email. Okay, thank you. Let me see. I have issues. I'm like logged into my email on my phone, but not my computer. So then, like, I got to get it on my phone and send it to my computer, but that's not a problem. Okay, you sent it to Daisy May 21 at proton.me, right? Because I don't have anything. I did get JR Nana's email, so that was Wednesday. Nicole, I didn't get anything. Let's see. Nicole, if I drop you the link, you wouldn't even have to say anything. So basically all you would have to do is just grab the link, join StreamYard, and just, I don't even have to put you on the panel. You can click on private chat whenever you get in here, and you'll be behind the scenes, and all you gotta do is drop the link right there in the private chat, and then I can just click on it. Or Yeah, because I can't find it, and I'm really interested in that. So, Resto, you've been up all night. Not all night. I keep thinking like you're on the same time zone. Okay, so you've been up. 10:36 is not that late. But then again, what time did you wake up in the morning? Okay, yeah, thank you, Nicole. I really want to hear that. That's something that I had never come across was any of the jail calls. So, or so you're not gonna be right back. I'm just kidding. I gotta give you a hard time. But that's the StreamYard link. If you want to jump up here and just like I said, you'll be behind the scenes. You'll enter the studio or whatever. I won't add you to the panel if you don't want me to, of course. And you can just drop the chat. You'll see private chat. Just drop the link there, and I should be able to click on it because I don't have anything in my email. Yeah, there you go. You can just drop it in the private chat. Thank you. Thank you. And do you know how to get off of StreamYard? Oh, yeah, you did it. Good. Thank you, Nicole. I appreciate that so much. All right, I'm going to remove the link because I just don't like to keep the link up there. But if during break, if anybody wants to join, y'all, please let me know. Because I don't mind dropping the link for someone to come up and speak their, like if they want to chime in or if you have questions about something, I don't mind. I love it actually. Okay, so we have about 15, 20 minutes. They usually take a while before starting.
An innocent child and an unthinkable tragedy. 5-year-old Harmony Montgomery disappeared in 2019.
So we just need to find out where she is. I have nothing to say.
Now,
Okay, we have 5 minutes. So let me show the one that Nicole dropped me. This is the one that Nicole gave me. Thank you, by the way, Nicole. You are a pro, girl. You did that. Thank you so much. That's the link that Nicole dropped me. If anybody is interested in listening to it, I'm going to try to play it real quick before court starts.
4, D, 2, 5, 7, 0.
Okay, so it sounds like it might be a little hard to understand. I did drop the link for if anybody wants to listen to it later. There's no captions available, so we're going to do our best to listen. Does it get any clearer than that, Nicole? Because it sounds like muffled. Let's see.
Alright, yeah, what's crazy was, I don't know, did you get a Facebook message from this girl Whitney? Because what's so crazy, it's crazy that I got your letter and everything, because I saw that you put money on my account, and I was just saying to the chick, I was like, dude, I wonder if I could get a hold of him somehow, or whatever, right? Because I didn't remember your number, it was in my phone, but I didn't remember it. And then I was like, and I know he was in Florida, and I was like, dude, I need you, because this chick just got out on front court, and I was like, I need you to go on Facebook and look up my...
Who is this? Kayla talking right here? I will. Is that Kayla talking? That's interesting.
Yeah, and she was like, what's his name? And I was like, all right. And I told her, and she just sent it last night, sent you a Facebook message or whatever, asking for your number and your address so I could write you and call you. And then I got your letter today, and I was like, that's crazy.
I don't think she did.
All right.
Or she found it.
Oh, well, fine.
But even though she found like an old Facebook and not the one.
Right.
Because I have like 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah.
At least 2 that I know of that are, when you punch my name, I still come up.
Yeah.
So
she has like a million.
Right, exactly like that. And so, and plus, I don't know, a lot of my, you know, yeah, because I'm getting so many requests from people trying to talk to you. Say all this stupid stuff. Yeah. And news people. I got a letter from WMUR from Amy Kadimi. I'll tell you something specific, something I can get for them. Yeah. Yeah, I need something to help out. You know, I know.
Yeah, it's a little hard to make out, especially I'm on my PC and like my headset is just like the basic one. I have a really good headset that I use on my laptop that I'll probably just I'll listen to it then so I can actually, concentrate on it. I'll save it to my Harmony Montgomery list. But yeah, thank you. I like listening to stuff like that. It's just I know we have a few more minutes and I like to concentrate and I really want to hear what the heck they talk about. So but yeah, let's see. Let me get back the trial page. I don't like looking at his face.
Tragedy. 5-year-old Gable.
There we go. Okay, who's all here? 2 people. So for the 3 people that are here right now, Nicole and whoever else is listening, or oh no, it just jumped to 6 people. Welcome in. Good morning, everyone. I have like a little extra page that I was just like writing different notes or different things that are bugging me. One of the things was the date discrepancy, right? We have Kayla's testimony that says it was December 7th. And everywhere we look, like for social media or news articles, they're all putting December 7th as the date that Harmony passed. What I'm confused about is Kayla says it was December 7th when their car broke down and when Bodero let them borrow the Audi. But when Bodero testified, he said it was Thanksgiving weekend and that he didn't give them drugs. So I'm starting to think that December 7th is the actual date because they have it on file that they went to the methadone clinic that day. So that's like evidence that you can't dispute. That's like hard facts. They logged in that date to the methadone clinic. So maybe Badero and Kayla and Adam were just so out of it in this time period in their life where their memories is not exactly the greatest and that they're trying to remember, but whenever you're out of it, inebriated, you just don't have the memory that you normally would when you're sober. So it's like I feel like this whole trial is us trying to sift through and get through all of the lies that have been piling up and piling up over the years. Now don't get me wrong, they have been working on this case since Kayla started talking, especially as far as like the murder of Harmony. So getting all of these people's statements and like, when they were in for depositions or whatever, we had Bodero that lied and had perjury and then was granted immunity, and Kayla the same thing. Both of them have different dates. So I'm hoping that the state clears that up. Or just someone clears it up because I'm so confused with the dates. Yeah, see, and that's what I'm thinking too, Nicole. And I'm thinking that's kind of why like they haven't elaborated on it or harped on it because maybe they already know. And when I say they, I mean like the state and the defense probably both already know more than we do at this point. So a little date discrepancy is, you know what I mean? Like, they know that they're going to fix it for us, explain it to us to where we understand. So maybe that's what's going on. The second thing that's bothering me is that dang ceiling tile. And that is all they said, was that it was a ceiling tile that was found in the Audi. And remember, the Audi at that point, when the car was taken for processing, it had been in Boldero's in-laws' yard for 2 years, he said, because he couldn't get it started. And so it was in horrible condition. They had to wear Tyvek suits and mask because the car was so molded and just horrible conditions. And that's literally where they found a ceiling tile. They haven't mentioned DNA yet, like that was done from this tile. They haven't mentioned where this tile came from. Um, and also that's where Harmony's pink toothbrush was found. They had several pieces of clothing and things like that. So it makes me think that what if they dumped that stuff in Boldero's car, trying to imply something else, if you know what I mean. But I don't like to speculate too much because I know that the courts will eventually tie all this up and bring it into like a way where we understand and everything will eventually make sense. But in the meantime, my brain wants to make sense of it now. So I'm just really struggling with all that. But yeah, Nicole, like that came out of nowhere and it's just they haven't mentioned it. They didn't elaborate on it again. So of course I'm like, what's up with the ceiling tile, you know? And then why in the Audi out of all places? So yesterday I was watching another channel that was talking about the case, and something she said made sense. She said, Adam Montgomery not showing up in court actually might be like a tactic of his, if you think about it. She was saying, like, out of sight, out of mind situation. If he's not there, then it seems to be all about Kayla. And that was just like, holy crap, that's true. Because before she said that, and I was talking to other people about this case, it seemed for a minute there that it's been Kayla that's on trial, like we're just trying to pick apart everything Kayla said. For me anyway, I can only speak for myself, but I find myself trying to pick apart Kayla's testimony. But I think that's why they put her early on, is that so we can corroborate her story and also show where she might not be being exactly truthful. So I really don't know. I'm conflicted about believing Kayla or not at this point. It's just one of those things where I just have to see it all unfold. Each of these trials is so different from the next. I'm stuck on this one. Oh, I am too. When was the first time you started following the Harmony case, Nicole? We started following it actually in 2021, whenever Crystal, Sorry, the bio mom, started making phone calls and started kind of making a fuss about it. And they finally put the missing persons poster out. But we followed it for a while with another group, Nerdies group on Twitter. He's awesome. He does amazing things. Last year a lot of things happened. Last year is when we found out that it was no longer a missing persons case. It was a homicide and investigation. Yeah, a lot of people, because you have to think about it. She first came out onto the news in 21, and we're just not getting to trial. But look at all the evidence that they have. So as of right now, it's just kind of up in the air and confusing about where and when she was actually last seen. Honestly, the only people who really know what happened to Harmony Montgomery is Harmony, Adam, and Kayla. We have Kayla's testimony. We have people who can either corroborate or confirm or say something different. And then you have Adam who refuses to speak about Harmony. So it's like, will we ever know the full truth of everything that, like, that, what really happened to her? Because we know like a timeline of like places that Kayla is saying that is factual, like the methadone clinic, the when they were at the intersection, except that was 11/29, not 12/7. So I'm confused about that date. Um, I don't know. All we have here is a lot of people's, Kayla's word, and then a lot of people's testimonies of what they can prove. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be a tough one. It's gonna be draining and exhausting. Remember to have y'all some water. Make sure y'all have some snacks that you're eating, and like eat lunch whenever it's time. Whenever it's break time, get up and walk around. That's what I'm having to do. So before this starts, I will leave it playing in case it does start while I'm away. But I'm just going make sure I have something to drink and something to snack on because it's early. But I will be right back. I'm right here. Oh, sorry, Nicole. I saw Kayla's mom outside court. It seems they blame Adam, Kayla's family. So I believe Kayla will be with her kids again. I don't know. I don't think Kayla should get her kids back right now. I don't know. I don't know. And then I'm just thinking about what the defense is saying, how they're basically saying that Kayla was left alone with Harmony and Adam came back to the car. And then there was someone else's testimony that said something about they heard it happened like in the middle of the night. Um Adam had left to go get something to jumpstart the car or something. And when he came back, Harmony was gone. But again, the dates and the events are all over the place. It's such a mess. I'm just going to let the court lay it out and take my little notes because my brain cannot figure this out. All right, BRB, y'all. Nicole, if anybody does come in, uh, and I'm silent, just let them know that I'll be right back. Please. I'm not going to be long. Okay, I'm back. I'm gonna play a recap of the maintenance guys testimony. If I can find it, I don't know why it skipped to this guy. Yeah, here we go. This is a maintenance guy. This was the day after. Oh wait, no. Okay. Nope. Never mind. I hear him. I don't see.
Yep.
Just turn your phone off.
Yep.
And I'll ask you to remove your glasses, please.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cloutier. As we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name, spell both your first and your last name for the record, okay?
Dennis Timothy Cloutier, DennisCloutier.
And Mr. Cloutier, what town do you reside in?
Allstead, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived in New Hampshire?
Pretty much my whole life, but I moved away for a few years.
Okay, let's move out.
Both?
You do both?
Yes.
All right. And how long have you been doing that at 644 Union Street? Let me show you states 130 were come off of Google. Other than that, do they look to be accurate for the bill maintenance request? What sort of paperwork gets generated from when you do service on a unit?
Well, the way it works is everything is pretty much a verbal agreement. And then when the job is performed, we hand the landlord a bill. And there's a record of that.
And so the record of that.
It's all invoices.
And that was going to be my question. The invoice.
Yes.
Could you describe what those invoices look like?
They're triple carbon.
Let's go ahead and show you States Exhibit 70 for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that?
I do.
All right. What kind of document is that?
That's one of my invoices.
Okay. When you said before you got the white and then the white, pink, green?
Yeah, no, white, pink, and yellow.
White, pink, yellow. So on it, any changes to that from when you remember turning that?
Yes, I think the woman, Kayla,
Okay.
and some children were on the couch.
Okay. And the children, you said that they were on the couch. Let me ask you, the size of the bathroom in that particular apartment, how big are we talking, or how
Really
small?
small.
Really small.
Really small.
Okay.
Like a galley bathroom.
Okay. I see what you mean. So if I come through the door of the bathroom,
If someone's standing behind the door of the bathroom, it won't open.
okay.
It's a small bathroom.
Right. The plate that you said was off.
It wasn't completely off. It was missing a screw. It was hanging sideways.
Hanging
It takes
side.
it takes two screws. If you remove one, it's going to rotate over sideways.
So when it was rotated over sideways, could you see kind of down back into where that overflow drain was?
Yeah, that's the point. That's where you enter the snake when you snake out a bathtub. You remove the overflow plate.
Okay.
So,
And you're not about to say when, excuse me, let me back up a little bit. Having one screw on an overflow plate, that's not a way that you would typically leave an apartment when you go to get it ready for a new tenant. Am I right in saying that?
no.
With regards to when you're doing this repair, where is Adam Montgomery?
Right outside the bathroom door.
Okay. And are you guys talking at all during that time?
Not really. He's doing more pacing than talking. So,
More pacing than talking.
yeah, he was just kind of waiting for us to finish.
With regards to that particular apartment, I'm going to grab that invoice back for a second. After this time period, were you ever called to go back there to do other sort of maintenance repairs?
I think I had to go back one more time to fix some lights on the ceiling.
Lights in the ceiling?
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about that?
They were just popped off the ceiling. They were hanging by the wires.
Literally
Yeah.
off the ceiling.
Yeah. The wires weren't disconnected. I mean, a light isn't heavy. The lights we use are real light. They'll hang by the wires and still work, but they were hanging by the wires. So put them back up.
Any idea how those lights got pulled down?
Regulation.
Excuse me. I'll withdraw the question and I'll rephrase. With regards to those lights, did Adam Montgomery tell you how they got pulled down?
He said he took them down because he thought there were cameras in them.
With regards to other electrical work, did you do any other kind of electrical work on that unit while he was residing there?
I had to replace the thermostat.
You had to replace the thermostat.
Correct.
Okay. Any other electrical repairs that you know?
No, that's it.
And let me ask, when you later on that particular apartment, when you do clean outs, could you describe for us what you do in the apartment for a clean out?
Throw everything in bags and bring it to the dump. Rip the carpets out and bring those to the dump.
Okay. Do you remember doing a clean out of this particular apartment after the Montgomerys left?
I do.
For the clean out that you said that you would rip different things out, just in general, correct?
Well, whatever's damaged and needs to be replaced.
Okay. What about appliances? Do you ever remove those?
I do.
Okay. And do you have any recollection whether you ever removed any appliances from that unit?
Yeah, we threw the fridge away.
Okay. All right. Mr. Clutie, those are all the questions I have for you. I appreciate your time today. I believe defense counsel may have a couple.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you may step down.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that was the guy who testified yesterday. He was the maintenance worker for the Union Street address. He was the one who was called in to change the drain. And it ended up being, what was it? He said the drain plate was missing a screw, so it wasn't laying right. He had to fix that. And then he was called back later. And I'm thinking it would be in 2022 because that's when Kayla said Adam started to suspect her of speaking to the police, and he was pulling off outlets and light bulbs and all that stuff. And this maintenance guy said he did have to go in, change some lights in the ceiling. The lights were just hanging by the wires, so he put them back up. And when they asked him why the lights were out, he said Adam said he pulled them out because he thought cameras were there. And then they threw the fridge away. I would like to know why, but that's just me. Did I miss something? You said something about it sounded like Kevin on the phone, not Adam. Oh, you was listening to me? You was lurking? No, so the link that I dropped up here, let me go get it. It was a phone call that Nicole found with Kayla Montgomery. It's just really hard to hear, at least on the headset that I have on. You guys might be able to hear it better than me. But yeah, I couldn't hear it very well. It was Kayla, and to me it sounded like she was talking to Kevin. Like his voice sounded very, I don't know, just like Kevin's. But it was a phone call, and I'll drop it in chat again in case that you can't find the link. So that's the link to the phone call. Maybe you can hear better and get a better insight. Let's see, what am I showing right now? Oh, the trial's starting.
Oh, please be seated. You're all here already? Okay, I think we just need Attorney Agati, right?
And he's
You want to grab him?
Sorry, y'all, making all kind of noises because I'm trying to get some stuff on my desk. All right. Sorry I'm so quiet, y'all. Oh my gosh. I actually have just like a million thoughts in my head, and literally, like me and Leopard Print talk about the case as much as we can. It is getting a little bit too heavy for a lot of people. Like I said, I had to take a break during the week because it was getting to be too much, and I did the 2-hour recap. So I will be doing that during the week. More like say next week. I'm gonna take one day to just not wake up super early, wake up on my own kind of thing, watch the live at my own pace, take my notes, and then do a recap in the evening. It's just a little less stressful, it's a little less exhausting. Excuse me, exhausting. But I really would like to have a panel with anyone who would like to join one day. Like let's just have a panel and talk about what we know so far. What we know, what questions we have, things like that. But I'm trying to see who their next witness is. I wish I could find a good witness list. Some creators do have it. I have been looking, but I can't find it. Let's see. Witness list per day, Adam Montgomery. And they might just be privy to that information because they're local or whatever, but yeah, I don't have that list. Okay, I wish they would start. They never ever start on time. So frustrating. Yeah, it's kind of hard to hear. You just went listen. Yeah, it was kind of hard to hear. Nicole, you must have some awesome like AirPods or something. But like I said, with this headset, I probably can't hear as good. So I will listen on my other one to see if I can make it out. But yeah. All right. Yeah, y'all don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe. I don't know why the comment's still showing on the screen. While I do have a couple of y'all in here, let me join StreamYard on my other computer. So I can drop a link of a website that I found. This lady also has her own YouTube channel. She does very thorough like recaps. Her channel is pretty interesting, honestly, because she speculates a lot like we do. And yeah, I'm gonna drop that link because the website she has is very detailed. It covers all the witnesses. It covers a very good timeline. So let me find that. Okay, let's see. Open link in another tab. Did it open? Oh yeah, it did. Okay. So I'll show y'all on break.
The jurors. recognize you for the jury? Morning, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. State is ready. You may call your next witness.
All right, let's go. Justice for Harmony.
Your Honor, the state calls Travis Beach.
Ooh, we have Mr. Travis Beach today.
Watch your step on the court.
Careful the cords, please.
Mr. Beach, if you can stand it up again and just raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're going to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. You can make yourself comfortable. Have a seat. There's some water in front of you if you'd like some.
And Mr. Beach, I'm just going to remind you that it's a big room and all the jurors need to hear you. So please keep your voice up, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Beach, can you start by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
My name is Travis Beach, Travisbeach.
And Mr. Beach, what city and state do you live in?
I currently live in Concord, New Hampshire.
And how long have you been a New Hampshire resident?
All my life, 39 years.
You're 39 years old.
Yes, sir.
And are you currently employed?
Yes, sir.
How are you employed?
I work at EB Metals in Bow, New Hampshire.
And what do you do for them?
There's studs, RC. It's construction metal.
And can you tell these jurors what kind of work you've done in your life, in your career?
Carpentry, roofing, tree work, painting. Yeah, that's about it.
Mr. Beach, what was your highest level of education?
I graduated 12th, sir.
You graduated high school?
Yes, sir.
And I want to switch gears just a bit. Back in March of 2020, where were you residing?
Concord State Prison.
Okay. In early March.
I was Manchester, New Hampshire.
Okay. And at some point in March, you were arrested. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Prior to that arrest, do you remember the date of that arrest?
I don't, not off the hand.
Does March 5th sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Prior to March 5th of 2020, where were you living?
I was it was Manchester, New Hampshire. I'm not sure the address.
And that's fine. You were in Manchester?
Yes, sir.
And who did you reside with in Manchester?
Barbara Ewell.
Do you know someone named Brittany Bedard?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Miss Bedard?
She's my ex-girlfriend.
And during that period that we're talking about, early March of 2020, was she your girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
And how long at that point had you known Miss Bedard?
10 years.
Did she reside with you, with Miss Ewell?
No, sir.
Mr. Beach, do you know an individual named Brendan Middleton?
Yes, sir, I do.
And how do you know Mr. Middleton?
Through we were working together at Accurate Tree Service.
How long have you known Mr. Middleton?
5 years.
And that's at that point back in March of 2020?
Yes, sir.
How would you describe your relationship with him? Were you friends or something else?
I wouldn't say friends. It was more of a co-worker at the time.
Okay. I want to switch gears for just a moment. You mentioned going to state prison
Yes, sir.
on March 5th of 2020. Were you convicted of a theft by deception and theft by unlawful taking back in 2019?
That's correct.
Were you also convicted of theft by deception in a 2014 case?
Yes, sir.
How about theft by unlawful taking in a 2016 case?
I believe I was incarcerated at that time.
Okay. Turning to this case, do you know someone named Adam Montgomery?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And how long have you known Mr. Montgomery?
Since he was 17 years old.
17. Would you recognize him if you saw him today?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach this witness?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Beach, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 101.
Yes,
Do you
sir.
recognize the individual depicted in this image?
Yes, sir.
Who do you recognize this to be?
Adam Montgomery.
The same Adam Montgomery you've known since you were 17?
Yes, sir.
And back in early March of 2020, February into March of 2020, had you recently reconnected with Mr. Montgomery?
Yes, sir.
And how did that happen?
I was at the mall in New Hampshire, and I was at the food court, and Adam was there with his girlfriend, and that's how him and I started talking again.
Do you remember his girlfriend's name?
Kayla.
And at some point after that interaction that you had with him at the mall, did he contact you requesting your help with something?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors what the nature of that communication was?
He asked me if I could rent him a U-Haul, and I said yes.
And do you recall when he contacted you
For the U-Haul?
for the U-Haul?
Later on during the day.
I want to back up for just a moment. Back in March of 2020, did you have a Facebook account?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall what your Facebook account, what the name of that Facebook, your name on that Facebook account was?
Travis Beach?
Did you have,
Or
were you friends with the defendant on that Facebook account?
yes, sir.
And so when he contacted you and asked you to rent him a U-Haul, what did you do?
I didn't hesitate. He's a friend. I wasn't thinking of anything negative. I was at his apartment. I saw everything packed up. I put one and one together, thought it was two, but it wasn't.
Okay. And let me stop you there, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Middleton. You said you were at his apartment and you saw things packed up.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember where his apartment was?
Union Street, I believe.
And that's here in Manchester?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you were at his apartment?
2020.
Were you at his apartment with Brittany Bedard, with Miss Bedard that you mentioned?
Yes, sir, I was.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
So, Mr. Bedard, sorry, Mr. Beach, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 55. Do you recognize the individual depicted there?
Adam Montgomery's son.
Okay. And you mentioned that Miss Beach was with you during that interaction.
Yes, sir.
Does this accurately reflect your memory of his son that day that you went to the apartment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you just read the date at the bottom of that image?
Sunday, March 1st, 2020 at 6:02 p.m.
So having that in mind, does that refresh your recollection as to the actual day that you went to the defendant's apartment on Union Street?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any discussions with the defendant when you went to that apartment? Street?
We had multiple, yes, sir.
Specifically with respect to the rental of a U-Haul van.
I'm sorry?
Specific to the rental of a U-Haul van.
Yes,
what were
sir.
those discussions that you had with the defendant?
We did. What were the discussions?
What did he say to you?
He asked me to rent him a U-Haul. He needed to move stuff, and yeah, that's it.
And you wanted to help, it sounds
Yes,
like.
sir.
Did you help him, and did you in fact help him rent a U-Haul?
Not per se myself. I got somebody to rent him a U-Haul. So in aspect, yes, sir.
Okay. And I want you to walk us through that. You said you got someone to rent him a U-Haul.
Yes, sir.
Who is that someone that you're referring to?
Brendan Middleton.
And the same Brendan Middleton that at that point you'd known for 5 years?
Yes, sir.
And so this wasn't the same day, this was a separate day. Can you walk us through getting that U-Haul with Brendan Middleton?
I myself didn't have a license at the time. So I asked Brittany to get Brittany Bedard to get the U-Haul, and she couldn't. So we had Brandon Middleton rent the U-Haul because he's the one that had the license at the time.
The day that you got the U-Haul, where were you staying? Where were you sleeping that day?
At the time, at Barbara Yule's house.
At some point during that period, did you go to the Econo Lodge and stay there?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall how many nights you stayed there?
One night.
Do you know whose name that room was in?
I'm pretty sure it was Brittany Bedard's.
And did the defendant also stay at that hotel with you?
Yes, sir.
Separate room or same room?
Separate room. He was on the first floor and I was on the second floor.
So you're staying at this hotel. At what point do you go and get the U-Haul for the defendant?
It was later on during the night. It was like it was dark. It was dark out, so 8-ish.
And can you tell the jurors who you went with? Who accompanied you to get the U-Haul?
Myself, Brittany Bedard, Brendan Middleton.
Okay. And where did you go to get that U-Haul?
The U-Haul place on South Willow Street here in Manchester, New Hampshire.
South Willow Street.
Yes, sir.
What did you do after getting the U-Haul, Mr. Peach?
There's a gas station right next to the U-Haul place. We stopped there, put gas in it, and then we went back to the Econo Lodge.
When you say we went back to the Econo Lodge?
Myself, Brittany Bedard, and Brendan Middleton.
And what did you do when you returned to the Econo Lodge?
We did drugs at the Econo Lodge.
Yes.
Okay, well, I can say at least he's being honest when he says they went back to the hotel and did drugs. Wow.
Mr. Beach, when you say we did drugs,
Yes,
who is
sir.
the we that you're referring to?
Myself, Brittany Bedard, Adam, and Kayla Montgomery.
And what drugs are you referring to? What kind of drugs?
Cocaine.
Is that crack cocaine?
Yes, sir.
At some point during that time, while you're doing drugs, did you exchange keys with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Did you provide him U-Haul keys?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about that interaction. Can you tell the jurors where you were when you gave him the keys and what specifically he told you?
Myself and Brittany Bedard gave the keys to Adam Montgomery, which he was staying at the Econo Lodge on the first floor. After that, Adam Montgomery and myself went outside to smoke a cigarette. He was pacing back and forth. He said he effed up, and I asked him what he meant, and all he could say and repeat was he effed up. And I'm not sure.
And you said he repeated that.
Yes, sir.
How many times did he repeat?
4 or 5 times.
When you say act, did he actually say the word?
Yes, sir.
What did he say? He told you.
Am I allowed to say it? I fucked up.
He repeated that
Yes, sir.
multiple
I
times.
apologize.
It's okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Did you ask him to clarify?
I did. And he did not.
Did he say anything when you asked him to clarify?
All he kept saying was that I fucked up.
Where was Kayla during that conversation?
Kayla was in the first floor at the Econo Lodge with Brittany.
And I think you said this already, but at that point, when you went out to smoke the cigarette, you'd already given him the U-Haul keys.
Correct.
At any point during your time with that at the Econo Lodge, did you see the defendant drive the U-Haul?
I did not.
At some point, did you go back to your own room with Miss Bedard?
Yes, sir.
And prior to going back to your own room, had you seen him drive the U-Haul at all?
No, I did not.
Was the sun out when you went back to your own room, or
No, sir. It was still nighttime.
it was nighttime?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what the defendant did with the U-Haul?
I don't.
Did you attempt to get in touch with him the following day about the U-Haul?
No, sir.
Do you think seeing those your Facebook messages would refresh your recollection on that point?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
So, Mr. Beach, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification. It's
Yes,
State's
sir.
Exhibit 139.
Yes, sir.
Will you take a look at the second page of this document and just look up when you're done? So let me ask you this while you're reviewing. Do you recognize what that is?
No, sir.
So let's do this. At the top of the page, does it say something there?
Meta Platform Businesses Record?
Meta Platform Business Records?
Yes. Sorry.
Are you familiar with Meta?
No, sir.
All right, so let's look on. Does it say what the service is there?
Facebook.
Okay. And then halfway down the page, does it say first and last name?
First name Travis, middle name is blank, last name is Beach.
Okay. And I want to talk about the specific records.
Yes, sir.
If I can have just a moment. So I'm just going to ask that you review page 139, and I'm going to point you right here. If you can start there, and then this is front and back, so you should go through.
Would you like me to read it out loud? Or?
No, just to yourself. And so I'm going to draw your attention to right here, this message. So having reviewed that, does that refresh your recollection with respect to whether or not you reached out to the defendant about the U-Haul?
I mean, it's right. I don't remember it, but it states right there. So yes.
All right. And I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 140.
Yes, sir.
And I'm just going to ask you to read that top message.
Out loud?
Nope, to yourself. And is that the same message you just read on your...
On the display? Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So with respect to these messages, are they fair and accurate in terms of the messages that you exchanged with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I move to strike what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 140 and mark full and published to the jury.
Any objection?
140 is the communication as opposed to the certified records. No objection to 140.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published.
Okay. I'm going to take these back.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask that you hold on to this because we're going to go through it. So I'm going to put the exhibit that's in front of you, State's Exhibit 140, up on the screen behind you. And I'm just going to ask that you look back and take a look at what's on the screen, the TV screen behind you. Other than the little red sticker at the bottom, is that the same image that you have in front of you?
Yes, sir.
And so you can refer to the image in front of you, but I'm just going to ask that you identify a few things. Starting with the top message, can you tell us who the sender of that message is? What's the name of the individual? It says next to author.
Travis Beach.
Okay. And that's you.
Correct.
Can you tell us when that message was sent? And it's right below the author's name.
March 4th, 2020 at 1947.
And do you see where it says UTC?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with Coordinated Universal Time, Mr. Beach?
No, sir.
Fair to say, though, it's not Eastern Standard Time.
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell us what you wrote? The slide immediately, or the message that says body.
Bro, what U-Haul did you drop it off at? Because he just got a text saying the van was supposed to be back at 2, so please let me know. WTF is going on.
And after you sent that message, did you immediately send another message? Can you go to the next where it says body?
ASAP.
So if you can refer to the message below, can you tell us who the author of that message is?
Facebook.
Okay. And is there a specific number attached to that?
Next to Facebook?
Next to Facebook.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what that number is? Can you read it for us?
100000907885803.
Okay. And you initially said this was your communication with the defendant, Adam Montgomery. Did that used to have a name? When you made those messages, when you communicated with the defendant, did his Facebook account have a name?
Adams?
Adams.
Yes, sir.
What was the name of his Facebook account?
Adam Montgomery?
Okay. And that's no longer there. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you can go to when that message was sent, just below the author. And if you can read the date and time of the response.
3/4/2020, 1947.
So if you can go to the next message
I'm
where it
sorry.
says sent.
You want me to read the number again?
No, not the number, the time where it says sent under the Facebook author. So the next line down from that.
Yeah. 000820.
Okay. And what's the date associated with that time? And I have it up behind you if you need to refer to that.
3/5/2020.
Okay. And if you can refer to the actual body of the message that you received from the defendant, can you read that for us?
Please don't message me stuff like this on Facebook again.
Okay, you've skipped one message. If you can go up to the message before that.
I dropped it off on Willow, my word.
All right, and let's go to the next message. If you can tell us that's also from the defendant, can you verify that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what's the time of that message?
000844.
And that again is UTC.
Yes, sir.
And same date as the last message. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, now let's go to the body of that message. If you can read that to the jurors.
Please don't message me stuff like this on Facebook again.
Do you know why the defendant didn't want you messaging stuff to him about a U-Haul rental?
No.
And let me back up. You said earlier you didn't know what he was using this U-Haul for.
Correct.
Did you ask him?
No, sir.
Why not?
Honestly, I didn't think I had to because I saw all his belongings packed up, and prior during the day he said he was having problems with DCYF, so I kind of figured that he was moving.
And were you aware that he had just moved into that apartment?
No, sir.
Did you ask Kayla what the U-Haul was for?
I wasn't allowed to talk to Michaela.
Why weren't you allowed to talk to Kayla?
I didn't ask.
Mr. Beach, did you ever meet a child in Harmony, Montgomery?
No, sir. No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Beach. No additional questions for you, sir.
And good morning, Mr. Beach.
Yes, sir.
I'm Jamie Brooks, and I represent Mr. Montgomery. You indicated on direct examination that you reconnected with Adam. I believe you said it was February of 2020.
I didn't say February.
Do you know when it was?
Honestly, no.
But it was at the Mall of New Hampshire?
Correct.
Food court specifically?
Correct.
Fair to say that it was prior to these March events.
Yeah. Yes.
And Kayla was with Adam at the food court?
Correct.
Were any kids with Adam and Kayla at the food court?
They're two sons.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, no additional questions for this witness. I'd ask that he be excused.
All right, any objection? All right, you may step down. You are excused, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes?
Okay, so even though we had, I mean, it's pretty, basic testimony there. They're all very still important. And I just want to point out that the defense made a note to say, like, he basically only saw the boys at the mall. So, again, we have a lot of people that are very confused about like what is really going on here. Like at one point I was like, maybe the state and the defense is working together to get Kayla. Like, I don't know. It's just been a really weird trial. So I'm just winging it or just going with it because it's way too much to try to figure out. Yeah, he did say that. I wrote that down, Allison. He was not allowed to talk to Kayla. I'm sorry, I missed the name of the witness, but they're gonna state their name. So, but yeah, interesting, right?
Morning, Ms. Hilbert. If you would please watch your step on the cords there, and if you could just remain standing when you get to the podium, please.
We're on witness number 37.
You solemnly swear that the testimony that you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes.
Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Hilbert, as we're being recorded here today, would you please go ahead and state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Tara Hilbert, TaraHilbert.
Thank you, Ms. Hilbert. And what town are you living in right now?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived in Manchester?
Almost 8 years.
Okay. And where do you live? What street?
Orange Street.
On Orange Street?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do for work?
Pretty much the property manager for over there.
Okay. And when you say the property manager, how many buildings do you help manage?
Just for that property, there's 4 buildings on that property. And then there's other properties elsewhere, but.
Okay. So do you help manage the other properties elsewhere as well as the 4 there?
If the landlord needs help, yes.
Okay. How long have you been doing that?
5 years? 4 years? 5 years?
4 or 5 years. And how far did you go in school?
10th grade.
10th grade. All right. What are some of the other things that you will do for the landlord to help out for those 4 properties or for properties elsewhere? Can you kind of describe what some of your duties are to the jury?
I will help maintenance clean out apartments if they need it. Clean before tenants moving in, I will completely finish cleaning it. I'll meet with new tenants before moving in, give them keys. If anybody needs any help, have any questions, they usually come to me and I take care of it.
I'm about to say, do they call you, or sometimes they usually even maybe knock on your door?
Yes.
Since you're right there?
Yes.
All right. Do you know an individual by the name of Dennis Cloutier?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know him?
That is our maintenance man.
Big beard?
Yes.
All right. How long have you known him?
8 years.
And with regards to the properties that you talked about, you take care of, is one of those properties 644 Union Street?
Yes.
Mr. Cloutier, do you know whether he has done work there at 644 Union Street?
Yes.
If I could approach, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
So I'd like to go ahead and show you 2 exhibits. To show you what's marked states 136 and 137, and just ask generally whether or not you recognize those images.
Yes.
What do you recognize them to be?
This is my building that I live in.
Okay.
This is the corner of Orange and Union, and then the other property of Union Street.
All right. I see that's all on 136. And what about 137?
That is my back parking lot.
Okay. Back parking lot for your building. Is it also the back parking lot for 644 Union?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to leave these up here with you for a moment. But I'm also going to project them up on the screen. Specifically looking at exhibit 136. If you could just look onto the screen for a quick minute, Ms. Hilbert, just to confirm that's the same image.
Yes.
All right. And you went ahead and said that there was, well, could you please point out where 644 Union Street is in this, kind of the intersections?
This is Orange Street.
Mhm.
This is Union.
Okay.
This is 644.
So that's 644. The building that's right on the corner, of Orange and Union. Is that also one of the ones that you manage? Okay. And what about the building just to the right? If we go, that'd be west on Orange Street there. Yes. Is that also one of the properties that you manage?
That's my building.
That's your building. Okay. With regards to a person by the name of Adam Montgomery, do you know who that is? All right. And who's that?
It was a old tenant of ours.
Could you please point out what was the building that Mr. Montgomery was staying in? That one there? Right. I'd like to switch now to Exhibit 137. I've got that on the screen. I just want to confirm, if you would please, that what you're looking at on the screen matches 137 that's in front of you on the desk. Okay. And from this angle, could you please point out where Orange Street and Union Street are again, that same intersection?
This is Orange Street.
Mm-hmm.
All the way up, and that's Union.
So the back side of that 644 Union Street, which building is that? Okay, the one looks like a porch built off the back.
Well, these are 3 separate numbers: 640, 642, 644.
Oh, okay. Those units inside those buildings, are they all accessible from the back as well as from the front?
Yes.
Right. And that, could you please point out the parking lot that's used by the people who live in that building?
Right here.
Right there. Okay. And with regards to your building, is that the building on the far left-hand side of the screen, still on this side of Orange?
This one, yes.
That's the one. Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Hilbert. Please feel free to have a seat. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
With regards to Adam Montgomery, you also know an individual by the name of Kayla Montgomery.
I do.
How did you first meet Adam Montgomery?
I don't know our first interaction. I remember seeing him here and there. And then I feel like it had to do with the kids, because I had a child, their children's age.
Mhm.
And it kind of just went from there.
With regards to, you said you had a child the same age as their children's age. How many children did they have that you saw?
At that time?
Yes.
2.
2. Did your child and their children play together sometimes? Yes. And where would they play?
In the parking lot.
The same one that we see here on Exhibit 137?
More at the parking lot on my side.
Okay.
But yeah.
At the time, Adam Montgomery, what was he doing for work? Do you know?
He was not working at that time that I'm aware of.
Okay. Separate from that, did you ever visit him inside his apartment?
No.
Okay. Where would you interact with him?
In the parking lot, my porch, and he was in my house a couple times.
Okay. And why was he in your house a couple times?
We were feeding him, Kayla, and the kids.
Okay. What time of year was that?
Summertime.
So like a grill out or something?
Yes.
All right. Did he ever say anything to you about having a daughter by the name of Harmony?
He did.
Okay. What did he say about Harmony?
Just that he had a daughter named Harmony, and that he hadn't seen her in a couple of years because her mother took her back to Massachusetts.
That's what he told you?
Yes.
And when would this have been that you had this conversation with him? What year?
2020.
2020?
Yep.
All right. Would you have conversations with him also in, let's say, to 2021 as
Yes.
well? With regards to, let me just say this. Did he ever say specifically where Harmony was with her mother?
I want to say it was Lowell.
Okay.
Lowell, Mass.
All right. That's your memory?
Yeah.
And when he was living next door, I'm sorry, not next door, but he was living in Union Street and you were over on Orange Street, right? So it's not technically next door.
To me, it's next door, but yeah.
Okay. All right. With regards to the residents at Union Street during the time period that he was living there, how would you describe those neighbors? Were they average? Were they quiet? Were they loud?
I didn't see them the first 6 months of them living there.
Oh, and by them you mean
Adam and Kayla. Oh,
okay.
is that what we were talking about?
Well, yeah. Let me revise the
Sorry.
question. That's all right. That's all right. That's on me for not asking a clear question. So you didn't see them for the first 6 months. Let me go with that for a minute.
Yeah.
All right. And how would you get into their apartment from this photo that we're looking at here?
Can I stand up?
Yes, if you could.
So their back door is like right there.
Okay, so I see you're kind of pointing to the bottom left of that stair structure on.
Is like right there.
Okay, so I see you're kind of pointing to the bottom left of that stair structure on the top right hand side of the or top right hand, let's say, quadrant of the image. Is that right? Would you say that's the top right area of that photo?
To me, it's left, but
Top left. Okay. Top left of the stairs. Okay. But overall, if I looked at the whole photo, would you say it's the top right hand side of the photo?
yes.
All right. With regards to the noise, was there ever any noise complaints in those buildings
From other tenants, yeah.
from other tenants?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever receive one from Adam Montgomery?
Not that I recall. I think everybody stayed away from him. They just stayed.
Objection. Sustained.
I'll rephrase the question, Ms. Hilbert. So, with regards to that particular building, did you ever respond to any sort of noise complaints at that building?
No.
Okay. And I mean 644 Union Street, that building?
No.
All right. And let me ask, with regards to I'm sorry, Adam Montgomery, did he ever tell you where they were living prior to them living at 644 Union?
Yeah, they told me that they had stayed with.
Sustained. Rephrase the question, please.
Okay. What, if anything, did Adam tell you about the location of where he had been living prior to him coming to be with you?
I knew about the FIT program they were in, and then.
Did he
living
ever
in
say about any other residence he lived in before FIT?
a car?
A car. Thank you. I'd like to ask a few questions with regards to Kayla Montgomery. Did you have conversations or communicate with her as well?
Yes.
And I'm not going to go into the substance of what those conversations were, but what were the ways that you would communicate with each other?
Sometimes through Facebook Messenger, other times on my porch parking lot.
In April of 2021, at any time, did you take Kayla away from the Union Street apartment?
I did,
Why?
because Adam had beat her pretty bad.
How did she look when you saw her?
Really bad.
And when you say really bad, can you describe where you saw, I'm sorry, did you see any injuries on her?
I did.
Where did you see those injuries?
Her eyes, her nose, she was covered in blood.
Where did you take her?
To a hotel in Hooksett.
When was the last, did she have anybody with her when you took her to the hotel in Hooksett?
Her two boys and the little girl that she had just had.
The baby? Later on, did the Montgomerys, both Adam Montgomery and Kayla Montgomery and the children, move out of that apartment?
Yeah, they got evicted.
Okay. Were you a part of the clean out that was done on that apartment?
Was not.
Who would have come in to do that clean out?
Dennis.
And when a clean out is done of the apartments, when you manage them and the ones that you've seen, what's the sort of work that gets done on those apartments?
Pretty much just throw everything in trash bags, and I specifically put it on the outside porch, and Dennis will come pick it up with the trailer and take it to the dump.
What about with regards to any of the sort of appliances inside? Are appliances changed?
Yes.
And what's the typical turnaround time for a new renter to come in?
It all depends how damaged the apartment is prior. Sometimes it'll take over a month to fix the damages.
Once the apartment is ready to rent, usually what's the time period between that and when a new tenant would move in?
I'd say a week to 2 weeks.
Okay, so a week to 2 weeks assuming the apartment's okay, that's the turnover time.
Yeah.
Let me just have a moment, please, Your Honor. Okay, Ms. Hilbert, thank you very much. Those are all the questions that I have. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Hebert, you testified about a conversation with Adam where he indicated that Harmony was with her mother and you thought perhaps Lowell.
Yes.
And that conversation came up in the context of him talking about missing her, right? And you sort of asked, well, where is she? And that was his answer.
Yes.
Now, you also talked about seeing Kayla with black eyes.
Yes.
And you're pretty emotional about that, right? Because you and Kayla had become very good friends.
Not just that.
Oh, right, of course. But one of the reasons was that she was quite dear to you.
Yes.
And over the course of the time that she moved in, you didn't really meet him for about 6 months, but then when you met him, you and Kayla became good friends.
Slowly, but yes.
And during that, after Kayla was arrested, you contacted her in jail.
Yep.
And you remained good friends with her.
For about a month, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. No additional questions.
You may step down.
Thank you.
The witness to be excused, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
Witness is excused. Statement called its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, the state would like to call Ms. Jessica Guerin. Stand, please.
I wonder when Tabitha Scott is going to take the stand so she can tell us more about that accident and like what was really going on. Just curious. Hey, Resto, we're good. Just going through the witnesses.
If you please remain standing. If the
Oh, you're good too, Nicole. Get your lunch, girl. What time is it for you? Oh, it's 8 a.m. Yeah, same. It's 9 here.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, here we go.
Ms. Guerin, if you would please go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. And Ms. Guerin, as we're being recorded here today, would you please go ahead and state your full name? Oh, I apologize. Did I leave some photos up? Thank you very much.
Oh, maybe it's not. I'm so sorry. I thought I got it off. I'm shutting it up right now.
Is it off or in mute?
I'm sorry. I don't know. It's a new phone. I'm so sorry. I thought I had it off all the way.
Well, we will try to make our testimony quick, but we do need to have it in mute, please.
Yep, I'm doing it.
Why bring your phone with you?
All right. Thank you, Ms. Guerin.
So sorry.
That's okay. If you would please go ahead, since we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name, spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Jessica Guerin, Jessica Guerin.
And Ms. Guerin, are you a New Hampshire resident?
I am.
How long have you been living in state?
About 13 years.
Well, 13 years.
I'm just going to I'll ask both of you, please keep your voices up. It's a big room. All the jurors need to be able to hear you.
Ms. Guerin, let me ask you, you said you've been living here about 13 years?
Yes.
Okay. With regards to that, what city do you currently reside in?
Manchester,
And how long have you been living in Manchester?
about a year.
How far did you go in school?
I'm still in school,
Okay. What are you studying?
psychology,
Okay. And where are you studying psychology?
UNH,
UNH. And how much longer do you have to go on your program?
about 3 years.
And let me ask you, what sort of work have you had up until this point?
I've worked as a debt collector. I've worked in drug and alcohol rehabs, Dunkin' Donuts.
All right. You said you've worked in drug and alcohol rehabs. I'd like to ask, did you ever work at a location in a rehab center called Granite State Recovery back in May of 2021?
I did.
And what were your job duties there?
I was a recovery support specialist.
Sorry, I gotta get the name that she says. I mean, he says the name of this place. I'm trying to write and keep up with it. So let me go back just a little bit just to get the name of the rehab place.
So
Rehab center and alcohol rehabs. I'd like to ask, did you ever work at a location in a rehab center called Granite State Recovery back in May of 2021?
I did.
And what were your job duties there?
I was a recovery support specialist. So when clients would come in, they were usually pretty emotionally like in the air. So I was the person that kind of helped keep them level-headed and stay.
Okay.
I would run groups also.
Did you ever meet, and separate from that, I'd like to ask, did you ever meet an individual by the name of Adam Montgomery?
I did.
All right. And I'd like to go ahead and show you what's been marked Exhibit 101. Do you recognize this person?
Yes.
And who's that?
Adam Montgomery.
Adam Montgomery, the person that you met in May 2021?
Correct.
You also know an individual by the name of Shane Perkins.
I do.
Okay. And how do you know Shane Perkins?
It was somebody that I dated. It was a friend of Adam's.
Was that back during the same time period of 2021?
Correct. It's right when I met Adam.
At the time, where was Shane living?
At one of the facilities.
Okay. And with regards to Adam Montgomery, do you know where he was living back then?
Yeah, same house.
Same house? And where was that house? What city?
Auburn Street. I think it was 241 Auburn Street.
Oh, right here in Manchester.
Correct.
All right. Did you ever have a conversation with the defendant, or generally, did you ever talk with Adam Montgomery about children or his children?
Yeah, we used to have quite a few in-depth conversations.
All right. How many children did he say that he had?
So for the most part, I only knew of the two boys. At one point, he mentioned having a daughter, but it was very quickly and brushed off.
You say very quickly and brushed off. What do you mean by brushed off?
He kind of he just changed the subject as fast as he could.
Do you ever remember having a specific conversation with him about his daughter? And by this, I guess I want to ask, first of all, do you remember where this conversation was, where it took place?
Yeah, actually, it was right at the corner of Union Street and Auburn Street.
Okay.
Dollar Deluxe, I believe. I was sitting outside.
All right. And who were you with when you were outside?
Originally, I was just sitting by myself waiting for Adam.
Okay. And waiting for Adam?
Yep.
Okay. And did he join you?
Yep.
All right. And at some point, were you waiting for anybody else while the two of you were there?
Not really. That was a little muffled. So Shane had been having a really bad day and he was sleeping, and I was messaging back and forth with Adam, waiting for him to come out so I could give him some flowers and a card that I had given. So that way that when Shane woke up, he would have it there.
Oh, okay. And when you were talking with Adam, had you already dropped those things off? Had you already handed those to go in for Shane?
Not quite. He was sitting with me. Like we were just kind of, actually we sat in my car for a good hour and a half.
I'm so confused. Did she say that she had some flowers and stuff to give to Adam, or was it for Shane? And it's probably just irrelevant. I'm just confused.
Talking.
Okay. And during that conversation, did you talk specifically with him about a daughter by the name of Harmony?
He never specified a name. He had mentioned that he had two boys and a daughter, but he had dropped the daughter off at her mother's in Mass somewhere and just kind of change the subject as fast as possible.
You said I want to make sure I got that right. And you said that he told you that he dropped off his daughter at her mother's in and does that mean Massachusetts?
Massachusetts, yep.
All right. And then you said he quickly what?
Brushed off the car. Like I'm not sure exactly how it happened, but the conversation switched very rapidly.
If I can just have a moment, Your Honor.
Oh my goodness, this is so much. Anybody else still
Let me
here?
just ask you, Ms. Karen, when was the last time that you talked with Adam Montgomery?
Actually, I was just looking at my messages a couple days ago I think it was like March of 21.
So it's been a couple of years.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Karen. I don't have any further questions for you. Defense counsel may have a few.
Thank you.
Good morning. I have no questions.
You may sit down. Statement called next witness.
Hey girl, hey. Okay, witness number 39. I have a feeling they're going to leave this on a really good witness today. I hope anyway, where we get some clarification of things, but we'll see. Okay, caught up, we're live, and now they're just muted. Oh, so I'm going to be rewriting my notes this weekend because I'm going to try to go back through. I'm going to start with Kayla's testimony and make sure I have all my notes correct and rewrite, as much as I can about every witness. I did do that. I just got to be more, I just want to reorganize it all. And then I'm going to write all the questions I have about each, witness, if there is any. And then that way we can do a, discussion one night, just like a Harmony Montgomery trial discussion. And I think that'd be fun. So if you guys have any questions, maybe put it in your notes in your phone, or if you write down notes like me, write it down and we can bring it up because it just, we are watching a trial and we do know that eventually it will make sense. But at the same time, like they were saying on that channel I was watching last night, we're being presented evidence and we just have questions right now.
Before we see our next witness, this is a good time for the break. It's a little bit earlier than usual, but we'll take our break now, and then we may be able to go through lunch. We have a couple of matters that we have to deal with now. So why don't I give you your good morning break now? Don't talk to each other or anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Don't look up anything online, and we will see you hopefully in 15 minutes or so. Like I said, there are a couple of things, so maybe a little longer, but we'll get you back in here as soon as we can. All right. All rise for the jurors, please.
All right. So they said they have a few things to talk about. I wonder if it's going to be on or off the record. I hope that it's something that we can hear. But they are taking their break right now, so.
Before you, well, can we just, you may be seated.
Sounds like it's going to be off the record. Well, that sucks. What did she say? 15 minutes? Well, that sucks. All right, so I forgot that I made something. So I made this morning for like when I step away and things like that, but it doesn't look like it's on the record. I still have the tab up and it's freaking muted and just showing the chairs right now. So I guess we're not privy to that information. The lady, did I drop that other link? The lady Jennifer that I dropped the link of earlier. Let me find her Facebook. I mean her YouTube. I'm sorry. She is actually like inside the courtroom. So it's called Crime Curious is her YouTube channel name. Let me see if she's live right now. Oh. Why does it keep stopping? Stop it. Okay. She does more like recaps. So she's watching the trial right now, and then she'll be live tonight to talk about it. It looks like she's going to have a special guest, Christopher Welch, which is a practicing criminal defense attorney. And he's probably going to have a lot to talk about with her. So I'll drop that link again. Again, this is Crime Curious. She does have a website also. Her website has very, very thorough information about like the timeline and things like that. So I'll drop that again to copy. So the first link is her Facebook. I'm sorry. Why do I keep saying Facebook? The first link is her YouTube channel, and the second link is also YouTube. Daisy can't function today, guys. All right. This is her website. Oh my gosh. All right. So while they're on break, I'm gonna show this tab real quick. Just to kind of give y'all an idea of the website. So, and again, everybody is using the 12/7/2019 date. So, like I said, I don't know what's up with the date, but hopefully they clear that up soon. But this is the website. I actually saw someone in Court TV mention this site, and I just went look it up myself, and she does a very good job. So this is her. Her name is Jennifer. She does have her own YouTube channel. She does have like maps and all of this stuff on here. So like this map shows the walking route from the Fitch shelter, which is the lower part, to the Portland Pie Company, which is upper. Kayla allegedly pushed Harmony's body inside the maternity bag, which was placed between her sons in a front to back stroller to their destination. So this gives you an idea of when she walked. Let me make sure I am sharing. Okay. It is Friday, Nicole. It is. Can y'all see that a little better? Yeah. So she walked from here down this Lake Avenue. She went up. There's a block. There's another block to Central. She went over and then she went across this Veterans Memorial Park all the way up to where he worked at the Portland Pie place. That's a long distance to walk with Harmony's body with her children. Sad. This map shows the walking route from the intersection of Elm and Webster Street, where the Sebring broke down on 12/7 19 back to the Colonial Village apartments where the family was living in the parking lot. And this is what I can't remember. So did they walk when their car broke down? They walked back to the apartments, right? Because that's a good distance to walk with little children. Yeah, this is actually where the car broke down. They walked all this way back. Let's see. So on this one's just like a general. So you have 77 Guilford Street. This is Adam's grandmother's house. This is where they were evicted. And then they went to 21 West River Drive, which is the Colonial Village Apartments. I'm trying to see where she has the number or 21 West River. So up here is the Colonial Apartments. Kayla's mother's residence is Duboc Street, which is right here. Then they went to the shelter, which was right here. Portland Pie Company was right there. This map makes it look like she didn't walk very far at all to get to the Portland Pie. The other map made it look like it was a good distance, so I don't know. This is their Union Street apartment and the Econo Lodge, which is right here. Let's see. This map shows the route from the U-Haul location to the Econo Lodge to the Tobin Street Bridge to the Econo Lodge to the U-Haul location. The U-Haul was returned with 133 miles driven, and this route covers 133 miles. So, I mean, but she's estimating. Literally, he could have went 111, 100 and however many miles in either direction. I wish I can get in touch with her so I can ask how she figures that maybe he went to this bridge, this memorial bridge, when he was disposing of Harmony. So yeah, so she has maps, and then she has daily records of witness testimony, who testified to what and when. So she has like each. Well, she didn't. She has all their names though. Thought she went into detail. Right here is the timeline, and it's a really good timeline. I was going over it last night. She has a lot of information in here, some that has not come out in the trial. And she did mention that she is privy to some information that even the jurors don't know, because she says that I guess she spoke to people. So again, if y'all want to check out this site, I put the link there. It's the Crime Curious. See, I don't get how they say that it was December 7th if the car broke down on 11/29. And the 11/29 date is documented with the tow truck company. So why the lie, and who is lying? Like the state and everybody is posting that she died on December 7th, but why is it the 11/29 date documented by the tow truck guy? Why are they saying that that's the day that the car broke down? Like, I think all of these events happened. I just think they all happened in like a timeline that they can't get straight. Does that make any sense? Because that's what it seems like to me. Let's see. Yeah, so she goes through the trial during the day, and then she does a nightly recap. So again, like I said, awesome website, lots of good information. If y'all want to check it out, I dropped that in the chat for y'all. And back to the courthouse where they're not showing anything, and I'll just keep this on. And I will be right back. If they come back, I will unmute. I'm gonna try to get my Bluetooth headset because this one's getting on my nerves. But BRB. Okay. Yeah, look, I thought they were coming back, but they're still at break. Okay. So it is Friday, y'all. Hardly anybody is here. I hate the fact that I know so many people are covering this case, but I am very appreciative of the people who are here. I just want you all to know that um I rather have a small group of quality people than a large crowd. And I know we have a lot of silent moments during this trial, like whenever they have breaks and stuff, because I do get to move around and do things because sitting down gets to be a little tiring. I am only streaming today until their lunch break because I have to run some errands and we have some visiting with family to do today. So I will be streaming until lunch. So court TV, law and crime trials, nerdy, a couple of people are covering the trial. So definitely check it out on, when I leave for lunch, you guys will have somewhere to finish the trial. And here's the court TV. This is what I've been streaming. So, what are you guys' plans this weekend? Anyone have any interesting plans going on this weekend? We have nothing. Like I said, today we're just doing visiting and some errands, but that's about it. Oh, Nicole, you're still here. Yay. Yeah, I'm only going to be streaming until lunch. I'm going to be watching. I'm just not going to be able to be streaming because, like I said, we have things to do. But yeah, same. We have to go get a few groceries for the house, and we have a family member leaving tomorrow, like leaving the state, moving away. So we're going to go visit with him, and we have some babies to go visit. One of our family members had twins back in December, November. I'm sorry, November. And I want okay, I really can't think right now. Allison, if you're listening, maybe you can help me. What day were the twins born? I thought it was like the 17th of November, but I can't remember. Either way, they're twins and there's the babies we need to go love on, and it'll be good to go visit with all these, my godchildren and nieces and nephews, especially with covering this kind of case. Is that the girl who just testified? Harmony is an angel. I went to school for children with disabilities, and it breaks my heart. I love kids so much. I know, right? Me and my husband were talking about this last night, and it's just like to actually be able to assault your child the way Kayla is saying that Adam did is horrible. And I will continue to say that I don't know if we will ever know the full truth of what happened. Like, we know what Kayla is testifying to. We'll see if they catch her in any lies and if they prove them to be lies and whatnot. But my thoughts as of right now is that we really do not know the full truth. And only 3 people know that. And we're just kind of trying to figure out exactly what happened based on like the evidence that police have found. And there is a lot of circumstantial evidence, a lot of hard evidence, like, dates and stuff that can be confirmed. But will we ever know what truly transpired? Like, it just bothers me. Who is that lady? I don't know. That's what I was trying to figure out. I was wondering if she looks kind of like the other lady who I thought it was her at first that had testified, but that's not her. So I don't know who that is actually. And I know Crystal Sorry, the bio mom, is usually in the courtroom. I don't see her right now though. What got me was the way they said they make her go under a blanket to hide her. Oh my gosh, Nicole, you have no idea. On my little page that I have like extra notes and questions, one of the main things I have written is when Kayla said she was always under a blanket. And she was saying it to the defense. So she already had kind of like a spiciness to her words. And she was just like, she was always under a blanket. And in my mind, I'm like, and this is just me like thinking, speculating, because again, as a reminder, nobody was actually there with them in the car. So we can only speculate. But the way she said it made me think that like Harmony was like the black sheep and she was just like covered under the blanket. Like you don't need to be seen. This is your punishment. I don't know. I just think the worst. And then there is a lot of people on social media, if you get on Twitter and other things, that people are even speculating right now that if maybe Kayla actually did something. But we know Adam. So.
Your Honor, Attorney Smith is still doing her review that you had asked her to do.
Okay,
So she has the device. They've had it for a few minutes.
okay, that's fine. I just wanted to be in here so that if the witness comes up and is in, I would get some of you anyway, so that I could address her. She could be on the stand.
I can stay. And that's fine. All right. So what was it? Well, we can stay, Your Honor, for that. Whenever she's ready.
Okay. Mind if I just alert Attorney Smith that he'll be doing this? Is it Giles?
It's Giles, but I will ask her.
I cannot understand exactly what they're discussing. Sounds like they're just waiting for someone. I'll just kind of lower it a little. But yeah, like I said, she was probably always afraid. If she was already being hit in the home on Guilford Street, I mean, it just why take it out on a 5-year-old girl if you do not want your daughter, if you don't love your daughter, if she reminds you, whatever, if you don't want your child, then give them to someone who will love them. Give them a good home. I'll never understand this. Never. She is so freaking adorable. And all these pictures are probably from when she was happy and when she was loved. This is when she was with her little brother. They have the same mom, different dads. And he was adopted. He has an amazing, loving family that Nerdy talks to often. And they actually wanted to try to adopt Harmony at one point. But the state didn't do right by Harmony, in my opinion. Yeah, she was. I feel like, I mean, we've heard multiple people say how quiet she was, like she's quiet and this and that. I think that she was just like traumatized all the time. If you're just mistreated all the time, nothing you say mm, is gonna be good enough. Like, I don't imagine she ever got to really play or be happy when she was with her dad. And I think he actually just probably took custody of her just to spite the mom because he hated her so much.
Enter you got it.
Yes.
Council.
Oh, if they don't stop with this council stuff. Let's go. Why do they have the camera on the door there? Is that Crystal? I think that's Crystal. Crystal is in court. She just arrived. So that looks like Crystal right here.
Is she before lunch? So I'll do it at lunch.
Okay. Did you want to hold on?
Oh, it's hard copy. Okay.
I just want you to.
But you haven't marked it yet.
No, I want you to review it first.
Hold on to it until lunch.
Attorney
I
Guy,
will lose every.
would just approve it, please.
Sorry.
If you would just speak to her about that.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, this woman looks angry. Her demeanor already is like, okay. They were taken from foster parents. Harmony was, yeah, for sure. The little boy was actually adopted by a really good family. I wonder who this witness is and why she looks so pissed off. Interesting. Oh yeah. I know what you mean. So at one point, yeah, the picture of like her and Jameson, they were they were with a foster family together at one point. And that's why Jameson knows like his sister. Like he would ask about her whenever he did get adopted out and Harmony got returned back to Adam. Like there was so many times where he would ask about his sister. And yeah, we've followed them on Twitter. Nerdy has talked to them a couple times. They would send pictures and post pictures. It's so sad. She would still be here if the system had not freaking failed her. If all of these adults in her life wouldn't have failed her, the people who saw, and the CPS, and it's just so many. It's so many. This case is just so frustrating, but it opens your eyes, to just the evil and ugliness that just happens. And you never know. Like you would never know. She was missing for 2 years. That's a long time. Hold on one second. I know, right? That lady does not look happy. I don't know who she is, but I'm anxious to find out. I hope that we can find out. Oh no, you're good. You're good. We're both trying to wake up here. And I can't have hot coffee in the morning. It messes up my stomach. I can have it in the evening all day and it doesn't do anything. But if I would drink coffee right now, I wouldn't it would mess with my stomach. So I can't wake up that way. I'm still trying to wake up. Oh my gosh. I don't know what's going on right now, but they're taking an awfully long time. Um, everything's live. I'm not muted. I don't know. Don't know. I heard the judge ask, "Is she before lunch?" And then the next thing we saw was that pissed off lady not looking very happy. So I'm not sure, but I'm gonna do this and then I'll go back to the courtroom whenever it comes back. She was turned towards the judge up against the desk like the judge. Yeah, she was looking like she was looking at the judge. The camera angle right.
Room for a moment. I'm going to ask everyone
Wait.
out so I can make an inquiry. I will ask for the cameras to be turned off.
Okay, hold on. Let me rewind this so y'all can hear that. I don't know what's going on. Hold on, y'all.
Clear the courtroom for a moment. I'm going to ask everyone to go out so I can make an inquiry. I will ask for the cameras to be turned off. Cameras to be turned off.
Wow. Okay. What the hell is going on?
The court monitor, we're going to place this under seal.
You can hear someone crying and she says we're going to place this under seal. Are they allowed to seal something like this? It sounds like something major.
Video on right now. Done? Okay.
What the hell is going on?
You can remain present. This is going to be under seal. And
She's crying pretty hard and she says we're going to keep this under seal, which means they're probably going to seal it off the record. And they just muted the audio. But someone is crying very hard. Okay, I'm going to go to Twitter. I'm going to see what they're saying on Twitter. Oh, gosh, okay. I'll let y'all know if I hear it come back. I'm just going to search on Twitter right now. Someone that might be at the courthouse. No. Allison, what do you think that means? Right? So it's like you hear someone crying really, really hard. She says, I need to clear the courtroom. I need all the cameras to be turned off. This is going to be under seal. And then she says, I need audio off also. It almost sounds like somebody like came forward or something. I don't know. Someone's crying really heavy. Oh, this is going to drive me freaking bonkers. Okay, let's see. I'm trying to find if anybody is. Oh, this is such a cute picture of her. What is going on? Wait, 1 hour ago. As we wait for another day of testimony to begin in the trial of Adam Montgomery, the state has issued an arrest warrant for a material witness in this case. Nicole Giles. An arrest warrant? Wait, what? Who is Nicole Giles? Do y'all know who that is? I don't think she's testified yet, right? Do you know Nicole? I've never heard of this being done during a trial. I have no. This is freaking weird. Okay, let me just show y'all this real quick. Can y'all see this okay? So this is an arrest warrant, right? Hillsborough Superior Court, Northern District, State versus Adam Montgomery. The arrest warrant is issued for Nicole Giles, a female non-appearance in court for a trial testimony. Is that because there was a Nicole Giles who was supposed to show up for court and didn't? Because it says that the above named individual is held without bail or bond. In a motion to support the arrest warrant, the state says Nicole Giles was subpoenaed to appear in the Hillsborough County Support Court North at 9 on February 6th to testify. She was then scheduled to testify on February 14th. She was a witness, so she didn't even show up. They say she is also a witness to Montgomery's statements during that time and afterwards and several other pieces of information. So she helped Adam Montgomery move from the shelter to the family's Union Street apartment. Giles met with the state on January 23rd to talk about what trial would be like. She raised concerns about being televised due to a restraining order. She was informed via text that she would not be asked where she lived by either party, but that the cameras would not be turned off. So she says, I cannot do it. I understand if you have to put a warrant out for me. And this has nothing to do with what's going on in court right now. I just found this on Twitter. So I was reading it, but so there's a Nicole Giles that decided not to show up. I'm going to just put that in my note. So they did put a warrant. Okay. So they're still not showing anything in the courtroom. Yeah, that's the first time I've heard the name Nicole Giles. They hold you till you testify. Oh, huh. But I wonder what's going on in the courtroom right now. Like, let me go see. Oh, okay. Check out Nerdy. Maybe they're saying something. Quiet right now. Why would it be under seal? Maybe something threatened if she testifies. The way she acted about the camera and audio and placing under seal and clearing the courtroom was just bizarre. I think she was just arrested and brought in.
Okay. I'm glad we didn't leave. Seems like that was quick.
Okay, good. Let me get out of here. There's still no audio, but
it was important for us to take up some additional matters. We're now ready to resume testimony. Attorney Agati, whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Giles, would you please stand? And please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Giles, as we are being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell your first and your last name for the record?
Nicole Marie Giles, Nicolegiles.
And Ms. Giles, how far did you go in school?
11th grade.
11th grade. I know that you've got some difficulties with regards to being here today. I just want to thank you on behalf of everyone here in the courthouse for being able to testify for us.
Why is she tripping though?
Ask, at one point in January to July of 2020, were you living at 177 Lake Avenue, the Families in Transition or FIT shelter in Manchester?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your room number that you were staying in?
I think 8.
8. Okay.
I believe.
While you were there, did you meet any individual by the name of Adam Montgomery?
Yes.
Okay. And where was Adam Montgomery living in the building when you were there?
Room 1.
Room 1. And who was he living with?
Kayla, Declan, and Seamus.
And Declan and Seamus, were those his children?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you know where he was working at the time? Did he ever tell you where he was working?
Yes.
Where did he say he was working?
Portland Pie.
Did you ever visit him down there?
Yes.
The rooms in your room 8, and their room 1, could you describe those rooms for the jury who may not have seen them? What do those rooms look like?
They're like bunk beds. I know it's more or less like a hotel room, but you just have 2 bunk beds in there. You have your own bathroom, and it's shared living space.
Are you allowed to change the furniture while you're living there?
They ask you not to.
And what about the orientation of the furniture, where it is in the room?
You have one bed on one side of the room, one bed on the other side of the room. There's a door in the like when you walk in, then you have a window that has bars on it, so kids don't fall out. And a bathroom with a tub and toilet and sink.
Okay. How often did you talk with Adam Montgomery or Kayla Montgomery? How often?
Daily.
Daily?
Yep.
During your time together, while you were staying in room 8 and they were staying in room 1, did you ever see Kayla Montgomery with bruises on her?
Yes.
Okay. Where were the bruises that you saw?
Pretty much all over her face, her abdomen, her arms, her legs.
Did you ever ask Kayla about those bruises?
Yes.
What did she say caused them?
Objection, hearsay.
We can approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Oh boy. Oh, I didn't know they had that right to not be shown. That's interesting. I mean, but you're saying your name, so but I get it. I guess I get it. But the way the judge was acting like it was like an emergency, I didn't know what the heck was going on. So she knew them pretty well. She spoke to them daily, and if she can testify to Kayla having bruises on her abdomen, they were pretty close. I mean, I honestly think the worst part for Kayla was after they moved out of the Union Street thing in like in 2022. I think that was probably the worst because that's when he was like so paranoid about her speaking to the cops and just like constantly beating on her. But then again, she switches up and says that's when they had conversations about like, like when she says Adam talked about how he was going to dispose of Harmony. And I don't know. I'm all over the place, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm still trying to wake up. I'm gonna just be quiet because my brain doesn't stop. Oh man. Sorry, y'all. I'm still here. Are you laughing at me? I am so tired and I'm just so like I just want to know the truth. I just want to know what happened. Like just ugh. I can't imagine this going on for 2 more weeks. Like what else is possibly going to come out from this, you know? Mm, 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 mm. Right? That's what I'm saying. They're making me want to go lay back in my bed. It's just harder to write my notes there, but yeah, this is crazy. It's Friday, y'all. Friday vibes. Oh man.
On.
Are you laying in your bed, Allison? Is that what you mean?
Thank you, Ms. Giles. I apologize for the interruption. I'd like to ask you, could you describe what you saw in Kayla? You said there were bruises in different parts of her body. Could you describe what you saw? What color were the bruises?
Sometimes purple, sometimes yellow. Um, Depends on how soon I seen them.
And what were the size of those bruises that you saw?
Some were small, like fingerprints. Others were like this.
God bless you. How often did you see them on her?
Pretty often.
And pretty often, how often is that? I don't want to put words in your mouth. So,
There was like a new one pretty much every day.
okay. Did the Montgomerys move out of the fit shelter?
Yes.
Okay. Um, did you do anything to help them in that move?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I helped them move out with their belongings.
And how did you help them move out?
I helped them take their stuff from their room. I put it in my vehicle and I brought them to their apartment.
Okay, I see. So you had a vehicle. You were helping with your vehicle to move things over.
Yes, sir.
Okay, where did they move to?
On the corner of Orange and Union. I don't remember the exact address.
Did you stay friendly with them after the move?
Yes.
Did you ever visit them in their apartment at that new building?
Yes.
Could you describe for the jury what the inside of that apartment looked like?
It was kind of cluttered, a little messy. Those cockroaches. Um, it was only a 1 bedroom. There was holes in the walls, ceiling.
Jeez.
there was one time I went there and like I don't know, it looked like the living room was torn apart and half the walls, the bathroom.
Let me ask you, you said living room was torn apart, half the walls. Let me ask about a couple of specifics if I can. Um, what about the light fixtures? Did you ever notice anything about the light fixtures there?
Yeah, they were hanging from the ceiling. They weren't like secured. I when he first moved in, he had thought that it was one color and now it's a different color. And then
Mm.
the owners were spying on him, listening to his conversations.
Oh my God.
Did Adam Montgomery ever talk to you about any plumbing issues at that new building?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said that the tub had backed up, and because I had asked, I went in to use the bathroom and the tub was dirty, and I asked what happened, and he said that he was waiting for the landlord to call because the plumbing backed up.
So what did you suggest to him?
I didn't really suggest anything.
Separate from time there at that location, are you aware whether or not Adam and Kayla were ever over at the Econo Lodge staying there while they still had the Union Street apartment?
Yes.
And are you aware what time of year that would have happened? Spring, winter still, I should say, or spring or summer or fall?
I want to say it was winter because it was like right after tax season.
Right after tax season?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just a moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sorry. I knew that was coming. When you were interacting and talking with Adam Montgomery, what behavior, if any, did you ever see about him believing that somebody was recording him or listening to him?
He actually thought that quite often.
And did you see him do anything as a result of this? Any actions that he would take?
He was just like, I don't know, he would ask if I thought it was true, or like, look, the number 5 bus keeps going by. They go by like 5 times. I was just going by the shelter. I'm like, that's the route, I believe. I think it was a 5 or 6, one of those two. Not exactly sure, but it drives straight down Lake Ave to go downtown, and he just thought it was following him. And then the whole light fixture thing. I don't know. He's just didn't make sense half the time, so I didn't listen to him half the time.
At any point when you described before that you had seen these bruises on Kayla Montgomery, at any point did you offer for her to get her out of that relationship?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did she accept your offer back then?
Not really.
Okay.
Not exactly. She was afraid.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe.
So she's basically just testifying that she helped them move. She saw all the bruises. So basically she's confirming the abuse that Kayla talked about. So it sounds like the abuse started way early on, like even when they had Harmony's body with them. And that's what I'm saying. Like I don't think the abuse started after like Kayla had said. It seems like he's always been abusive, you know? He's I mean, that's what it seems like to me. Harmony was blind in one eye. My oldest was born legally blind. That's why I went to school and why I brag so much about his masters. I invested 4 years in school to help him, and they treat her bad. Are you talking about Harmony when he said they treat her bad? But yeah, good for you for going and getting your masters and all that, and being able to help him, that's amazing. Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with probably her health issues and things that she had going on. I mean, we know that Adam didn't take care of any of that, which is sad. On that timeline of that website. Oh, shoot. I just closed something. Okay. Bookmarks. This one. On that website on the timeline. Let me go to it real quick. Hmm. All right. Okay, wait. What was I just talking about on the timeline? Oh my gosh. I know I saw it. Oh, the last time she went to the doctor was sometime in 2019. And the doctor, like, she only weighed like 35 pounds or something. She was really tiny. But I don't see it listed on here. I read it somewhere. I just don't know where. Oh, gotcha, Nicole. Gotcha. Oh, that's awesome. Good for him.
Ms. Giles, I apologize. I just have one other question. I had asked you before about the bruises that you saw at FIT, and I just want to ask you, what did Kayla say caused those bruises that you saw at FIT?
Originally, she would say she fell, or Seamus threw a toy. Declan hit her with a bottle.
Okay. Did she ever say anything about Adam causing those bruises?
Not till we were alone.
I'm sorry?
Not until we were alone.
And what did she say when you were alone?
She would say that Adam was doing it, and she's afraid, and she couldn't. She needs to get out of there, but she's afraid to leave.
Thank you very much, Ms. Giles. Your Honor, I understand that limiting instruction is appropriate. We would ask it be given at this time.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the questioning that you just heard about what did Kayla say, the responses to that question can only be used not for the purpose of the truth of what Kayla said, but to determine the credibility of that witness. Okay, so the prior consistent statements can be used only for the determining the credibility of the witness when the witness's credibility has been attacked. Okay, so not for the truth, but for assessing credibility. All right.
It is still morning. Good morning, Miss Giles.
Good morning.
My name is Jamie Brooks, and I represent Adam Montgomery. I'll be asking you a few questions as well. I just want to begin by clarifying your testimony today.
Mhm.
You are saying that when you were at the shelter at FIT in January and February of 2020,
Mhm.
you observed bruises on Kayla Montgomery.
Yes, sir.
When you talked to her in private, she said that those bruises you observed were from Adam.
Yes, sir.
Miss Giles, do you recall being interviewed by a Detective Dunleavy?
Yep.
This interview by Detective Dunleavy was in June of 2022.
Yes.
1.5 years ago, actually more than 1.5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I apologize. We're making a record, so we do need to have like a kind of like a yes or no as opposed to an mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you so much. This interview conducted by Detective Dunleavy in June of 2022 was at the police department.
Okay. I don't remember.
You do not remember where it was?
No, he's come to my house a couple of times. He came to, my house a couple of times. And I know I did go to the police station once, I believe. I don't remember when.
Do you remember there being an interview specifically that was recorded?
Sure, yeah. It was at when we were at the police station. I think he did one at my kitchen table twice, or something like that.
Okay. What I'm wanting to focus on is the interview that took place at the police department.
Okay.
And you do recall having an interview at the police department?
Yeah, I don't remember what his questions or anything like that.
You don't remember what it was about?
I know what it was about. It was about Adam, but I don't remember all the questions. It was over a year ago. I'm lucky if I remember what I had for dinner last night.
This interview was conducted by not only Detective Dunleavy, but also Detective Rahill. Do you remember that?
There was some other guy in there. I don't know who it was.
And when you were there for this interview, you knew that it was about Harmony Montgomery.
Yes.
And you wanted to do everything you could to help, right?
Right.
You knew that it was being recorded, right?
Yes.
You knew that Adam had already been arrested at this point for second-degree assault.
I believe so, yeah.
Harmony's disappearance was already in the media at this point.
Okay.
By okay, do you mean yes?
I don't pay attention to the news. I don't have cable.
But you do recall that this interview was regarding Harmony Montgomery.
Yes.
And the police were asking you questions.
Right.
You wanted to answer those questions correctly.
Okay, yeah.
I'm sorry, I did not hear that.
Yes.
You wanted to tell them everything that you knew.
I didn't know nothing.
The police asked you about the time you spent with Adam and Kayla at the fit shelter, correct?
Yes.
And specifically, the police asked you during this June 9th, 2022 recorded interview whether you were aware of any domestic violence between Adam and Kayla, correct?
Yes. And I said no.
You said that Kayla on occasion referred to Adam as a dick,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yes.
But you did not state that you had observed at any point any bruises on Kayla Montgomery.
Right.
You did not tell the police that Kayla had confided in you about any domestic violence.
Right.
You did not tell the police that Kayla was in any way scared of Adam.
Right.
And this was, again, an interview where you knew what the subject was about and you wanted to do everything you could to help the police.
Okay.
By okay, you mean yes?
Sure. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you very much for your time, Ms. Giles.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Giles, about those questions you were just asked, you didn't say anything about the domestic violence, about the abuse that you saw in Kayla in June of 2022. Do you recall Detective Rahale coming to meet with you in January of this year to talk about this? I'm sorry?
Yes, in my kitchen.
In your kitchen?
Yep.
All right.
Yes, sorry.
Was it not rehabilitate?
Overruled.
Thank you. So, Ms. Giles, with regards to that conversation, You were just asked a moment ago about why you didn't say anything about domestic violence with Kayla back in June of 2022. What changed? What was different between June of 2022 versus when you talked to police in January of 2024?
Just like flashbacks and memories of different things and demeanors and situations.
When you were speaking with police in June of 2022, did you want to have anything to do with the investigation?
No, I did not.
And in January of 2024, why did you sit down with police and talk with them then and share more information?
Because I'm a mother and I feel for Harmony's family.
And your testimony here today about what you saw, what you experienced, and what you heard people say with regards to that, is that the truth, just as you've taken an oath to tell today?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Ron.
Ms. Giles, the interview that you participated in June of 2022 was voluntary, correct?
Yes, I think. I don't remember. To be honest, I honestly don't remember. I know I was called in.
You were subpoenaed to appear here today, correct?
Unfortunately, yes.
I'm sorry, but you were not subpoenaed to appear at the police station, correct?
No.
In fact, when you were advised, or when you arrived, you were advised that this was voluntary. You did not have to speak to the police.
I guess I don't remember. I'm sorry.
It's okay. But you were not in any way told that you had to speak with the police.
I don't think so.
And again, this was not a short interview. You covered a lot of territory during that interview, correct?
I think I was there for about an hour, yeah.
If I were to, just about an hour, you said, right?
I think.
So if you were told that the interview began at, say, for example, 10:24 and ended at 11:20, that'd be about an hour, right?
Yes.
And you were there voluntarily that time.
Yeah.
And you were there to help.
Do what I could and didn't think I'd be here risking my own life.
Thank you.
If you're under no further questions, we'd ask for the witness to be excused, please.
Whoa.
Ma'am, you may be excused. You're not to take pictures on the way out.
She said she's here risking her own life. So this just tells you how a lot of people really are afraid of Adam. And what I've heard about him, a lot of people know him and know that he's just freaking crazy.
State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Mr. Michael Doe to the stand.
I don't know, Nicole. Sadly, I think that we might not ever find her the way he maybe disposed of her, but I guess we'll find out.
Please go to the witness stand. Please watch your step on the cords there. Remain standing when you get there, sir.
Okay. Witness number 40.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat.
Yeah, maybe.
So,
Maybe,
as we're
Nicole.
being recorded here today, would you please go ahead and state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Michael Dobe, Michael Dobe.
And Mr. Doe, what town do you live in?
Londonderry, New Hampshire.
Okay. How long have you been living there?
10, 11 years.
Okay. And how far did you go in school?
I have an associate's degree.
In what field?
Criminal justice.
And with regards to that associate's degree in criminal justice, can I ask a little bit about your work history? What are some of the kind of different jobs that you've had in your life?
Yep. So I've worked about 15 years in the security and asset protection field.
And what are the different businesses that you did security and asset protection for?
I did security at the Mall of New Hampshire, and then I did asset protection for Kmart, Rite Aid, Walmart, and Macy's.
In Macy's. Are you still working at Macy's now?
I am not.
Okay. Where do you work now?
I work for the Department of Veteran Affairs.
And what do you do for them?
I was hired as a police officer, but I'm currently working in dispatch until I can go to the police academy.
And when is that scheduled to be?
April.
In April of this year?
Correct.
Okay. You said that before you were working at Walmart. What are the different Walmarts that you've worked in?
I was mainly out of the Manchester, New Hampshire store. I would assist in other stores, like just during inventory.
And the Manchester, New Hampshire store, just for jurors who may not be familiar, where is that Walmart in Manchester?
725 Gold Street.
Okay. If we were going to leave here at the courthouse, what would be the way that you would take to get down to where that is, where Gold Street is?
Me personally, I would just go up Central Street to Beach, take a right onto Beach to South Willow, and then South Willow to Gold Street, and then the Walmart's right there.
How long did you work at that particular Walmart?
Approximately 2 years.
And what are the other Walmarts that you've worked at?
There was a few. Keene, Hooksett, and a couple of other ones, but I don't remember the towns.
In regards to the Manchester one, was there anybody else that was working security and asset protection with you at that location?
Yeah, there was a few of us.
And how were your shifts divided up? What shifts would you work most of the time?
We were just based off the needs of the business, so it wasn't anything in particular. Sometimes I would open, sometimes I would close, and same with the others.
Are you familiar with the layout of the store? I would assume so, but I don't want to make an assumption.
I am.
Okay. And with regards to that layout of the store, could you go ahead and just kind of briefly talk us through, if I were to go in the main entrance of that particular Walmart, the one here in Gold Street, what do I walk into and what are the different areas of the store that I can walk to?
So there's two main entrances at Walmart. There's the grocery entrance and the general merchandise entrance. When you go through the general merchandise doors, it's the general merchandise area, health and beauty, stationery, arts and crafts, stuff like that. And then the grocery entrance is where the grocery side is.
Inside that particular store, is there a device over near the well, I should ask, is there a service counter?
There is.
Okay. And near the service counter, is there a device over there that's called an Echo or ECO, ECO ATM?
There is.
Echo ATM. Could you explain to the jurors what an Echo ATM is?
So essentially, it's just a humanless pawn shop. You can put your electronic items in it, and it will give you cash.
And while you were there at that particular Walmart, had they always had an Echo ATM machine there?
As far as I remember, yes.
Had you ever used the Echo ATM machine yourself?
Not to its fullest extent, just to get an estimate to see how the kiosk worked.
Could you describe that for the jurors, actually? What's the process that a person would go through if they're going to go ahead and use this device to turn in an electronic device?
I don't remember the exact steps, but from what I remember is it gave me a sticker to put on the back of my phone, and then I would plug it into the machine, and I would set it on to the kiosk, and it would analyze it or does whatever it does, and then it gave me an estimate.
And then, so it gives you an estimate, and what does that estimate look like? Are we talking about dollars?
Correct.
Okay. And then, have you taken it any farther with that particular machine?
I did not. It gives you the option to either agree to take the money or to give your property back, and I opted to get my property back.
Have you seen other people using that machine?
I have.
Have you seen somebody use it that opts to go ahead and recycle their electronic device and get payment?
I haven't watched people start to finish do it, but I have seen people get cash out of the machine.
Okay. I'd like to ask, with regards to an interaction you had with the Manchester Police Department back in early January of 2022, were you ever requested for security camera footage from around that area of the Eco ATM and the entire store?
Yes.
And was that request for between the time period, for around December 30th or December 31st of 2021?
It was.
How familiar are you with the security camera layout at that Walmart?
Pretty good.
Can you describe it for us, the different types of cameras that are used and the different ways that you can either view those cameras live or view recorded footage?
Yep. So we have stationary cameras, which are cameras that are just in one spot and don't move. Some are high up, some are low. And then we also have PTZs, which stands for pan, tilt, zoom. And those cameras can pan 360 degrees, zoom in and out, and tilt up and down.
And where do you access the camera system?
From the Asset Protection Office.
And I take it working in asset protection, you had access to that office.
I did.
With regards to the recording that was done, how long did, back at that point in 2022, how long did Walmart hold on to recorded surveillance footage?
It just depended on the camera and how much activity was recorded on that camera, but it was anywhere between 2 to 3 months.
Were you asked to then, again, get video footage from December 30th or December 31st of 2021 and provide that to the Manchester Police Department?
I was able to do that.
So how did you do that? How do you obtain that for the officers when they requested it?
So pretty much generally what they do is they'll give me a time frame and a general description of what I'm looking for, and then I would review that video, and then I would burn the times associated with the video frames.
Were you able to find a specific time for an eco ATM transaction that the police asked about?
I did.
And were you able, from viewing that video, to see the people who came in and made that transaction?
I was able to, yes.
From the cameras that you had available and the footage that you had available, what, if anything, were you able to view or record about their movements inside the entire store?
So I was able to see 3 people approach the eco ATM machine, and then while one person remained at the eco ATM machine, 2 others then proceeded to walk around the store.
Were you able to recover the footage of all 3 of those people the entire time that they were within the store?
I was.
And once you were able to see that footage, did you make a recording and provide that to the Manchester Police Department?
I did.
Yes, you may.
Joe, I'm going to show you a stick drive or a thumb drive that's been marked State's Exhibit 141. With regards to that particular thumb drive, are you familiar with that drive?
I am.
Have you had a chance to review the contents of that drive?
I was.
And what is on that drive?
The video that I provided the Manchester Police Department.
And for the purposes of today's hearing in this particular court proceeding, are those all of the recordings that are available for us today of that particular interaction, that eco ATM transaction?
Yes.
And does that also include the other video cameras that you talked about that cover other areas of the store so you can follow people around from one location to another?
Yes.
And is this a true and accurate copy of the video that you provided to the Manchester Police for those particular video files?
It is.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd ask for the identification to be stricken from State's Exhibit 141 to be published to the jury.
Any objection?
Only accordance with prior.
The ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit. And it may be published.
Thank you. Joe, just I would like to ask you, with regards to this particular series of, or this areas of video footage, how are the video footage itself? Is there a notation that's made or somewhere in the recording about the time that the video was captured? Is that in the footage, or is there another way that that's recorded on this drive?
Some camera angles might have it on the screen when you're watching it. Otherwise, it would be on the document itself, like the saved profile.
Saved profile?
Yeah.
Joe, what I'm going to do now is I'd like to have us take a look at the footage that you have, that you were able to provide. And just give me a brief moment. I'm going to direct your attention to the screen, and hopefully we'll have the footage over there. Mr. Doe, with regards to these particular drive and its contents, I'd like to go ahead and show you the index of the files themselves. Excuse me. Apologize. With regards to that, is that accurate in terms of your listing of all of the files that are available on this particular drive?
Yes,
And you've reviewed each one of those videos, correct?
I have.
And again, they're accurate for what was provided.
Correct.
With regards to that, I know they're rather hard to see, so if you'll excuse me for a second, I'm going to bring them back over on my screen. And I would like to have you kind of take us through the store.
Okay.
And I'd like to watch different areas of this video footage. We may not watch every single one, but it's my understanding you testified these do cover, for the purposes of today's hearing, all of the relevant video times of these three people being in the store.
That's correct.
So I'd like to start with the file that is entitled Entrance General Merchandise. And with regards to that,
This
I see
part
that
is
there's
so
a title on the
boring.
slide, General Merchandise, that specifically goes to 1355.
I'm just gonna lower it a little, but I've seen this part before.
Right on the file itself.
Correct.
Kayla called after.
And also, I should ask, with regards to these videos.
Yeah, no, Nicole, that was weird.
Just video.
Oh, I know she was jealous of her, but for them three to be in the Walmart together with the phones they were selling, I'm just wondering if at that time they were friends, because this was New Year's Eve of 21. So
General Merchandise video.
That's correct.
it's 2 years later. It's just weird that they were together.
Followed for this Eco ATM transaction.
All three of them, you know?
That had been done on December 30th of 2021. If you would please point out the three as they come through the
December 30th, I'm sorry.
I'll pause it.
These are the three individuals.
So
this is almost a year
the very
after.
first person that's walking in that group, and I'll use the pointer to point to that individual.
Yep, it's a female wearing either a dark blue or a black jacket. And then there is another female behind her wearing a long sleeve blue shirt. And then a male wearing a black jacket and a tan hat.
Neither one of those look like Kayla to me. That's so weird. Or maybe Kayla was the one in the back.
Video in, again, a few seconds into this, we're still seeing the same three individuals.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
So this would be those three coming into the store.
That is correct.
Is there another camera just a little bit deeper from that very exterior door that also covers people coming through kind of a vestibule area?
Yes.
And is that one entitled one of your PTZ? What does that stand for again?
Pan, tilt, zoom.
Pan, tilt, zoom. Thank you. Pan, tilt, zoom. Would camera number 17 be able to show us more footage of that doorway?
Yes.
Playing that file, 1355. 36.
And then
I'm going to pause it right there. Go ahead, sir.
These are the three individuals that we had saw in the previous video.
That area that we see them walk off the screen, where is that area leading to?
That's the front of the store by the registers, and they're heading towards the service desk.
I'd like to go to the service desk video that you provided, and I'm referring to track service desk overview monitor, again, on 12/30 of 2021, from 13:55:50 through 14:29. And I'm going to go ahead and pause this video here for a brief second. Generally, what part of the store is this?
This is the front end of the store, and this is the service desk area.
And so what do I see? Kind of at the very top of our screen here, line of kind of blue. Are those checkout aisles that I'm seeing?
Yep, those are the front end registers.
And can you please point out where the Eco ATM machine is to recycle electronics? Where's that?
It's right here.
There. So you're pointing to the green device on the left-hand side of the screen against a blue wall. Is that a good, accurate description?
That's correct.
What I'd like to do is go ahead and keep playing this video for a moment, and then have you tell us when you see those same three people come back.
Yes, sir.
You of the camera.
These are the three right here.
Hold on a second. Right there.
Correct.
Can you please point out where those three are again? First of all, we'll start with the woman that was in the dark colored jacket from before.
Yep.
Okay. And the woman in the light blue colored sweatshirt, and the gentleman with the darker sweatshirt and the tan hat.
I don't understand the relevance of this whole thing to the case.
So we're going to let this play for just a minute, and I'd like to ask you a couple of questions while it's playing. So
okay.
I apologize, but all of our attention is going to be on the screen right now as we're watching this. The woman in the light blue sweatshirt, what color bag does she have?
It appears pink.
And the gentleman with the dark sweatshirt, may have just pulled up his pants there, but his tan colored hat, what color shoes generally?
Looks black.
Now, when you have used this device yourself, this Eco ATM, how long did it take for you to plug in the device and get an estimate about what you might be able to get for that device?
Just for the estimate, I would say it was approximately 5 minutes.
I'm just going to back it up a little bit. I apologize. I think I was talking over something.
Yeah, it's just taking up time. Like, why do we need to see them selling a phone in the end of 2021?
Females that came in using the device?
Like, I don't get it.
And the gentleman, can we see that gentleman in the tan hat here?
No.
And where did I see this before? It seems like I've seen this like in some kind of court thing already. I just can't remember where.
Tan hat now.
Yes.
Where is he?
He's back at the Eco ATM machine behind the female with the black jacket.
Go ahead and press play. Could you please stand up again for a moment?
Yep.
Show us
Oh
where he
my
is.
goodness, this is so irrelevant, y'all. Like, for real. Jeez.
As we're watching the three of them at the machine, Mr. Dope, this particular camera, does this have the ability to zoom in, pan, or tilt, or is this just a fixed camera?
This is just a fixed camera.
So the video image that we see is this is the angle we get. We can't zoom in anymore.
That's correct.
Gentleman in the tan hat, you still see him in this at this point in the recording?
I do.
Find out where he is, please. Thank you. You know, if I can ask you, with regards to the Eco ATM, again, as we're continuing to watch the footage together, With regards to that device, do you know whether or not that device records photographs of the individuals who are using the device?
It does.
And the individual with the light blue colored sweatshirt, from this angle here, can you see whether or not she's leaning on the ATM?
It does appear that she is, yes.
And the other woman in the dark colored jacket, is she still standing next to her?
She is.
And it's my understanding you've seen this video a couple different times, correct, Mr. Bill?
That's correct.
And this standing at this particular device, this goes on for some time, is that right?
It does.
Hmm. It is very weird. It's very, very weird. It's just three people at a freaking ATM selling their
At
phone.
some
Like,
point, Mr. Bill, as we're watching along here, are we going to witness the gentleman in the tan hat with the dark colored sweatshirt and the possibly black shoes or at least dark colored shoes? Are we going to see him walk away from the two women that are using the device?
That's correct.
And when he comes back, does he have on all of the exact same clothing or has it changed at all?
It's changed. He had removed his jacket and he's wearing a staff t-shirt.
So, and during that time period, do you see the two women leave the Eco ATM while he's gone and then coming back changed?
I don't recall if it's during that, but I do recall one of the females leaving with the male at some point.
In your review of this section of the video, does the gentleman in the tan hat ever stand up to the screen or is he behind the ladies like he is now?
He's either behind the ladies or standing to the side of the machine.
Which side of the machine?
The side closest to the registers. So from this angle, it would be the right-hand side.
Right hand side, top of the screen.
Correct.
Bill, we're now about 9 minutes and 40 seconds into this particular camera footage. Can you still see the same three individuals?
I can.
Do you know how many items were recycled during this transaction?
I don't.
And I should ask specifically, do you know any of the individual items that were recycled during this transaction?
I just know of a phone, but I'm not sure of a particular phone.
So not a particular number or make or model or anything like that?
That's
just
correct.
A phone?
Correct.
All right, thank you. The gentleman in the tan hat, where is he now at this point in the video?
He's still on the side of the Eco ATM machine closest to the service desk, so that would be the left-hand side of the machine.
Mr. Dove, if I could direct your attention over to the right-hand lower side of the screen as we're still watching what's unfolding. Can you tell us how long this video track is, please?
It's cut off a little bit, but I believe it's a little over 33 minutes.
33 minutes long.
Yeah.
What I'd like to do is I'd like to move forward a little bit in time. I know you stated at one time that
Yes, please move forward. OMG.
That's correct.
Characterization, I think he testified he took off his jacket.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Let me
Objection
withdraw
is
the question.
sustained.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Dove, I believe that, I apologize, you did testify at one point that he's going to take off his jacket, correct?
That's correct.
What I'd like to do is I'd like to move forward in time to a moment to when we see that, if we could, please.
Okay.
So I apologize, my eyes are not what they used to be for me to be able to see. Are we about 2 minutes or so? Well, hold on a moment. At this point, is the gentleman in the tan hat walking away?
He is.
Okay. And what about the young lady who was wearing the dark jacket?
Yes, she's following him.
She's following. Okay. Now, I believe you said that you have other cameras in the store that cover different sections of the store. Is that right?
That's correct.
With regards to that, let me ask you, are any of those cameras a little bit closer to be able to see an individual's face or what they're wearing?
Yes.
And why is that? I'm going to pause the video here. Why is that? Why do you have cameras that are closer to people as compared to a camera like this, which appears to be up in the corner?
So some of the departments, we consider them high risk, meaning that there's a lot of theft that comes out of that department. So there's better camera angles in those aisles. So some of them are closer, not exactly face level, but it's almost face level. It's probably about 6.5, 7 feet from the floor. And we call those the public view monitors. And that's because when you enter the aisle, the camera, there's a monitor above the camera that shows yourself in that aisle. So you can actually see yourself in that aisle.
A customer can see themselves.
Correct.
And what's the point of having that set up?
So people know that they're on camera.
What I'd like to do is talk with you about, I'm going to leave this video footage here for a moment. I'd like to go to a different track if I can to one of those cameras so you can kind of explain that to us. Specifically, I'd like to go to a track that you provided listed Cosmetics EVPM 6, again on December 30th, 2021, 14/28/33 through 14/28/51. Is this one of those cameras?
It is.
You see the gentleman in the tan hat here?
I do.
You stated before about his jacket. Is that still on or has that been removed?
It's been removed.
Could you please point out where the gentleman in the tan hat is? And the lady in the black coat. Is that the same, are those the same individuals that we saw before coming into the store together with the other female wearing the light blue sweatshirt?
Yes, that's correct.
Pressing play. What's written on the back of his jacket there? Or shirt, excuse me.
Staff.
Staff. And the front of the shirt, did you see the logo?
I did. I don't recall. I believe it was Coors Light or something of that nature.
You have cameras on multiple areas of the cosmetics aisle, so can we follow where they went to right after they turned the corner there?
Yes.
I'd like to now play for you a track you provided listed cosmetics EPVM4. This. These are the same individuals that we're seeing here on this video?
Yes.
Can you, now that you've got, to be able to see the gentleman, can you make out what's on his shirt?
I see the letters COO.
And from this aisle, does that progress to another aisle that has video footage of the two of them closer up like that?
I believe so, yes.
I'd like to now show you the file that you provided, Cosmetics EVPM5, December 30th, 2021, from 14/29/18 through 14/32/16. Let us know if you see those same two individuals come on this video clip, please.
I do.
Could you point out where they are?
This is the male and then the female.
Can you still see the same tan hat from before?
I can.
With regards to these last three video clips that we've watched and the one that we're watching right now, do you see the dark colored jacket that he had on from before?
He is not wearing the jacket.
I'm going to pause the video here about halfway through. Now, do you have a chance to see the other half of his shirt here?
I do.
And do you recognize the logo on that shirt now that you've seen both halves?
Yes, it appears that it says Coors.
Press and play. Mr. Job, you said that some of the cameras are very close. Is that some of the closest cameras that you had when you were working at Walmart to a person's face and features?
The only other close ones I would think of would be the entrance and the exits.
And is there also kind of a, let's say, a middle view as compared to kind of an eye in the sky for you? Is there one almost that's like in the middle where you get a little bit closer to the individual, but maybe it's not up on a ceiling?
Yes, there are some of those.
And specifically, do you have any like that comes with a label called razor blades when it comes to your video?
Yes.
Why is it that Walmart keeps video footage over at the razor blade section?
It's just another aisle that's considered high risk.
I'd like to play one of the other tracks that you've provided, titled Razor Blades, again, December 30th, 2021, from 14:32:50 through 14:34:31. And ask you about this video. Is this that other view?
It is.
Can we see the same two people in this video?
We can.
I apologize, I was talking over that part. Start from the beginning again. Could you please let us know when you see them, and I will pause the video footage as we're playing back now.
I see them, and they're on the far left of the screen.
Could you please point out where they are in this image?
Yep.
Thank you. So play. The cosmetic section that we saw them walking through before, is that just to the left or the right of this camera?
It's to the left.
To the left. Okay. You see them again?
I do.
Please point out where they are on the screen. So down at the bottom center, coming up the aisle.
That's correct.
Where are the exits for the store in relation to this aisle?
The exits?
Yeah.
So the general merchandise exit is just to the right of this camera view.
So it's pointing to like the top right off the screen.
Correct. So just past this aisle is the pharmacy, and then right after the pharmacy is the general merchandise exit.
And what about the grocery exit?
That's farther down.
Same direction.
Correct.
And with regards to these two individuals, were you able to capture footage, or were you able to see footage that was captured of them exiting the store?
I was.
I'd like to specifically play, again, from the same exhibit, track that you provided entitled Exit Grocery, December 30th, 2021, from 14:36:25 through 14:36:34. You see the gentleman in the tan hat?
I do.
And can you describe what he's wearing at this point?
He is still wearing the tan hat and the Coors t-shirt.
And 2 more seconds in, you see the woman in the dark coat from before.
I do.
She's still wearing the dark coat.
She is.
With regards to all of the footage that's available on this particular drive, does it appear that she changes her appearance at all during the time that she's in the store?
It does not.
And other than the fact that he removes the dark colored jacket, does it appear that he changes his appearance other than the jacket?
It does not.
Do you know where that jacket went or where he placed it?
I do not.
And finally, back at the service desk monitor, we're to 32 minutes in. You've reviewed all of this footage, is that correct, Mr. Doe?
I have.
And with regards to this, does this particular individual, the one in the light blue sweatshirt, stay there and finish a transaction before leaving?
She does.
Eve Online on Mac.
I ain't even gonna lie, that ad seemed really interesting compared to what they're showing in court. Just saying. Like, this stuff is so boring right now. Oh my gosh. Sorry, y'all.
I don't recall if I gave it to an officer exactly or if I dropped it off at the front desk, but I know the video was for Detective Bergeron Rosa.
Other than the footage that we went through, I know you stated that there are additional moments in that footage of that you provided of them walking around the store. Is that correct?
Correct.
For what's been admitted as an exhibit here today, is there any additional footage of them closer up to the face, or what we see was as close as we could get?
That's as close as we could get.
Just a moment, please, Ron. Thank you, Mr. Dobe. I have no further questions for you. Defense counsel may have.
Okay.
Just excuse me, just briefly. For those that don't know what an Echo ATM is and how it works, you walk up to the machine with whatever you want to exchange, right?
That's correct.
And then you scan it, right?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you know the rest of it?
I don't know the entire process, no.
Okay. Okay. And have you seen? Never mind. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor. No. We'd ask for the witness to be excused, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, sir, you may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like this is just the right time to take a lunch break. So thank you for your attention this morning. We'll take a lunch break now, 1 hour, hopefully starting back in 1 hour. So please be back from lunch at 10 after 1. Okay, 10 after 1. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, so they are going to take their lunch break. I can be here for a little bit longer. I don't have to leave just yet. I still have a few hours, like an hour and a half to 2 hours before I have to leave. So what I was going to show is a video that I didn't know if everyone had seen. It's when, like, the body cam footage of when the police pulled up on Adam to question him about Harmony. This is after she had been reported missing at the end of 2021. Adam looks like a muscular figure. He is massive compared to Harmony. Oh yeah, I know. But honestly, back then, if you look at the interviews and the body cam footage, he wasn't as big as he is now. Like, you know, since he's been in prison, I'm sure he's been working out and all that stuff. And he's probably not using as much as he was before. So he did, you know, put on weight, which is good. But yeah, compared to Harmony, Harmony was tiny. So yes, she was very small. Let me see if they're saying anything that we can hear.
I'd rather do that than try to do it. You know, if I don't get come in. All right. Any preliminary matters we need to deal with?
Your Honor, just with regards to the state's next
You can be seated. Sorry.
With regards to the state's next witness, we will ask if the lights can be dimmed as much as possible due to the medical condition that he is facing right now.
Any objections?
No.
Okay. No. Okay. Let's surprise the jurors and let's really start at 10 after 1. If for any reason there's some issue that comes up during lunchtime and you want to see me, just let a court officer know or let someone know. They'll come get me. I'm available. Okay.
I will be reviewing another exhibit by the state that I have not seen. It is not about the next witness, and I'm sure the next witness will be a while, so it's nothing that needs to be brought up during lunch, but I don't know if I will have an issue or not.
If you do, let's try to if you do and you know you do and we can address it before we come back. I'd rather do that than try to do it when we're, when we just have a short break. So if there's something you know that we can address that you have, then let me know.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
So I wonder who the next witness is because she said I'm pretty sure the next witness is going to be a while. So I'm actually thinking the next witness is going to be somebody maybe pretty important. That'll be witness number 41. So we'll be keeping an eye out for that. Probably needs to protect himself. Just saying. Oh yeah, and I'm wondering. I don't even know if he's in like general population right now or what, but I don't know. There was also a lot of people afraid of him because he was just known to be like ruthless. Don't give a crap about what he does to people. Just I mean, he's wanted for another murder trial after this. Like there's a murder trial pending for him right now. Let's see. I don't know if I can find it, but I can type. But yeah, there's another trial that he has after Harmonies. And he has been in lots of trouble, as we know. Let's see. I'd have to find out. I had a friend who had told me about it. And right now, all I can find is Harmony stuff. But yeah, he's not gonna. Life is not gonna be grand in prison. Let's just say. Other inmates probably don't treat him very well for sure. Probably not, but he just seems like he's an asshole anyway, and he probably just don't give a shit. He probably has his own group of people that stick to him and do whatever he wants them to do because that's just how he is. He seems to want to always get his way, and he probably has, whatever. But yeah, he'll get his. I don't know. As the parent of a child born blind, I think, oh, of course, Nicole. Of course. He's a monster either way, and I think Kayla is just as bad. And honestly, we don't know what transpired. We don't know if somebody just lost their temper and started hitting. We don't know. We honestly do not know. All we know is their word. And if you think about it, they could have just been like, we're going to take this to the grave and this is the story. And Kayla did tell the truth about the shelter ceiling. So that was how they found her DNA and Adam's handprints. So we know without a doubt that he handled the body afterwards and disposed of her body and all that stuff. We know that because he not only conceded to guilt on those charges, but Kayla pointed to and gave the tip about the ceiling at the shelter, and it turned up that's where most of her DNA was and his DNA. So as for Kayla, she's lied a couple times on the stand, little lies, whatever. I don't know if they're going to hold that against her, but I don't think she should get a free pass. I just don't. I think she should serve her time because she's just as freaking culpable as he is. He's probably painting toenails and braiding hair. Maybe so. Who knows? When I was taking my schooling in children with disabilities, I took a course in signs of abuse and special needs kids. How could he get away with this? And see, that's the thing. It's like we have to hope and pray that this comes back a guilty verdict, right? I mean, I don't see how it will come back anything different. But we have to also remember for the weapons trial, Adam Montgomery was sentenced for 2 decades for that trial. So that's 20 years. And then he has another murder trial after Harmonies. I have to find out more information about that, but he's basically facing so much time right now that it's just but we want a guilty verdict. he needs to go down for this. He needs to be pinned as her murderer if he's the one who did it. Unless they can prove, like the defense is saying, they're saying that it was Kayla. Okay, so I know they don't have to prove it to us. The state has the burden of proof. But either way, if the defense is going to make a claim like that, like show us some proof of that. Yeah, she is just as bad. And they are definitely both monsters. Oh, I know. The whole ceiling thing was. Yeah, she did. She didn't want them to get in trouble, and she still cares about him. So it's like, is she still willing to lie for him? Because to me, it's either her or Bodero, whatever his name is, their drug dealer who was lying about the dates. It was either Thanksgiving weekend or it was December. It can't be both. So somebody needs to clarify these freaking dates because I'm telling y'all, it's going to drive me freaking crazy. Yeah, he's pretty much gone. Like, he's going to be spending a lot of time in there. And that's why I'm saying if she would just cooperate, don't lie, tell the truth for Harmony, then girl, you can, not that she should be able to just go live her life because she was like, she freaking was so involved in every part of it. I know she was getting abused. We have multiple witness accounts of her being abused. I'm not discounting the domestic violence that was going on. I'm not discounting the fear factor. I understand all of that. I do. But you're not only fearing for your life and your other two children's lives, but you saw him actually kill another little girl and you know what he did to her. So why would you stay? Why would you not open your mouth? Why would you not leave? Why would you not talk until 2021 whenever you're in a tough situation because you're arrested with fraud charges and perjury and all this other stuff, and now you want to start talking? Like, you should have just did it from the beginning to tell the truth for Harmony, period. As a mother, why would you sit by and watch her be abused? As a mother, why would you sit there and watch her be covered with a blanket because she was so bruised and because she was treated so badly? For you to sit there and ignore her, that is a neglect in and of itself. So either way, Kayla's hands are not clean. I don't think the drug dealer looked burned out on drugs at all. I honestly think he was like really, really focused. He was really paying attention to everything that the defense was saying, especially. And he was very he had a very powerful testimony. Like I said, I hope nothing comes back with him. But I actually loved his testimony because he was like wanting everything to be clarified. He's like, when are you talking about? Tell me the dates. And then he was like, don't get it twisted, blah, blah, blah. Like, he was blunt about it. I liked his testimony. His was my favorite. Oh, I know, Nicole. Once she was away and she was safe, yeah, she did want to get back with him and make things work after she knew he did everything he did. That's sick. And that tells you a lot about her demeanor and everything today, going on. Just makes you wonder, are they both like he pled guilty to the lesser charges. So that leaves the murder charge. It's just, I think she's still trying to cover for him. I think she's still doing a lot. She did admit a lot, but I think that she left out a lot. Oh yeah, she was definitely watching Harmony get abused and bashed around. It's sickening. Well, it was also before Harmony's because the girl who just testified before the last guy, Nicole Giles, the one who lived at the shelter, let's see, hold on. Oh yeah, okay. After Harmony's death, yeah. Like I get it confused with when he actually went dispose of her and she was no longer with them, like physically carrying her around and all that. But yeah, definitely after Harmony's death is he became way more abusive. There was another video. What was the video I wanted to show? Not the body cam. There was something else. Yeah, he did. He shifted his anger to Kayla. Oh yeah. Yeah, I know the body cam. Thank you. I have that, and I think this one is the first one. Let's watch that one. Because there's two. It's like two parts, I think. I'll see if this is the part one. And if not, then I'll switch it.
That's paperwork that's saying you gotta give up
Ooh.
custody.
Let me fix this quality.
So that's paperwork that's saying you gotta give up custody of your kid. Harmony. No, just being served it. So you're gonna have to produce where all that, where your daughter's at. We're gonna be taking your phone. It's on my phone. Okay, but it's ours now. So you know how to get a hold of me if you decide you want to come down and have a conversation with me. But I think you need to do the right thing and kind of have more of a conversation with me. So we're gonna figure this out one way or another. It's not going away. It's gonna get really fucking big real quick, and it's not gonna be good if you get on the wrong side of it. You know what I mean? So we've gone down this road before. You know how to.
It's just sick to know, like, looking at him in this video, like, he knew that 2 years ago he had murdered her. Like, how do you just live with yourself?
Don't get a hold of me, all right? You're free to go. I'll take that. Yeah. Thanks. Probably the two of them. 491. Probably. So. There's like no way of really tracking.
Right.
kids.
That's
They
what I was
just kinda
asking.
fall
How
through
come
the
there's
cracks.
nothing? There's no record.
So, yeah.
The kid was
Okay, that one is all over the place. Let me try to share this one. Yeah, put the words on.
Hey, keep your hands where I can see them. What's going on? What's your name, my man?
What? Adam.
Adam. You have anything on you?
No.
All right, come right over here.
What's wrong?
I'm just gonna pat you down, make sure you don't have any weapons. Put your hands on top of your head, okay? On top of your head.
What's going on now? What's the problem right now?
All right. Who's this in the car with you?
My girlfriend.
How long have you been back in New Hampshire?
I don't know, for like a day or two.
Day or two. Where were you before you were here?
With her and me.
Sorry?
With her and me.
With her in Maine?
Why? What's wrong?
Whereabouts?
In Carmel.
I'm sorry?
Carmel, Maine?
Carmel, Maine? Where is that?
It's up north.
It's up north?
Yeah.
You sure you don't have anything on you?
Yeah, I don't have nothing on
Super
me.
crazy. I haven't seen you in a long, long time.
Okay, what's going on?
You got a couple detectives that are coming down to talk to you.
Okay. For what?
What's that?
For what?
Just like people are wondering where Harmony is.
Yeah, we want to talk to you.
That's something that you can let them.
Can I just get a cigarette, please? You guys not down here. I don't understand. Like, what the fuck? All this. What's all this about? Though? 5 cruises for what? What's that? 5 cruises for
Guys
what?
are just driving around looking. So
Driving around looking for what?
usually nonsense stops around.
Can I get my jacket on? Yeah, where is it? Where's that? Yeah, I think I'm doing something wrong. Right?
Don't got any weapons in here?
No, there's nothing in there. All right.
Hmm.
Recording as well, right? Yep. Been working?
While I was up there, no.
How long were you up
For months.
there? A couple months.
Okay. I don't want to share too much of her content, but she is a really awesome content creator. This channel too, the True Crime Replay, they have a lot of good stuff. I'll drop that one in chat because I have another video I wanted to show too. But that's that one. And then let me see. All right, let me find this video. I watched it a million times, so it should come up. There we go. All right, so this one is whenever they interrogated him. He actually went into the station and they did like a police interview. But he is such a cocky little
We just turned this on. This is already on video recorded. You all right with that? No. Okay. We'll do our best to try to get you a cigarette.
Yeah, we got cigarettes somewhere, so try to work on that, okay? Before we have any conversations, I'm just gonna have you read something, okay? And then we'll just go from there.
Give the following voluntary statements. Detective Dudley, Detective Bradley, who have each of these points.
I know we have cigarettes in here. I know where they are, okay? You hear what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You good? Okay. Are you okay?
No, not okay.
Okay. What's not okay?
What's up?
All right. So I'm just gonna ask you some basic questions. You said you can read and write English, correct?
Sure.
All right. Can you just state your full name for me?
Adam Montgomery.
And Adam, what's your birthday? No, but I know anything that you've had a long time down here. You've kind of been a roller coaster. I'm going to apologize for what happened out there. That's not how I do business. Okay, that had nothing to do with me. Those are guys that like to play GI Joe. All right. If it had been up to me and I could have gotten a hold of you some way, I would have reached out to you. But you don't have a phone, right?
You guys could have just told my wife she wanted me to come in.
But aren't you not supposed to be talking to your wife?
No, that's bullshit.
It's not. You're not supposed to.
No, I can't be.
Thank you. Look at that.
So this is also whenever there was like a no contact order with Adam and Kayla, and he was telling the officer here, you could have just called my wife and told me you wanted me to come in instead of just like the day before was the body cam footage where they just kind of rolled up on him and like 5 police squad cars and stuff. He was just like, y'all could have just told my wife. And he's like, yeah, but y'all are not supposed to be talking. So yeah, they had like a no contact order.
Look at that. I guess they're gonna let you smoke a cigarette. They must have talked to somebody.
people saying I can't talk to my wife because that's bullshit.
Maybe it's some old paperwork that somebody saw.
Yeah, from last year, but it was over and done with after I got out of jail.
So that's all clear.
DCYF said it was cleared up. The police said it was cleared up. Everybody said it was. They said that there was no contact order between me and her.
Okay, and that's Kate Albert's talking about. Okay. Well, you know, if that's the case, then that's my fault for maybe not checking a little bit further into it. So I apologize for that. Again, I apologize for the way things went down out there. Like I said, I'm not part of the SWAT team. I don't do that stuff. If I had a good number for you, I would have just called you in. But I don't have you don't have a phone, you said, right? Okay. So I apologize for that. I do appreciate you being cooperative with me. You've never given me a hard time. I know we've only met a few times, so thank you for that. Okay. Let's talk about why we're here to talk.
Tell me what you want to say.
Tell me what you know.
I don't know nothing.
Well, what was our conversation about the other day?
I don't know nothing.
The questions you wanted to ask me, you asked me the questions.
Well, what was our conversation about the other day? Remember we met? I mean, you remember that was only what, a few days ago, right? We got a lot of worried people and scared people right now in the community. I know you're worried about the well-being of your daughter, and I kind of want to get ahead of this because I don't want you to be painted as a monster.
Huh. He is a monster.
I am?
Oh, yeah.
Can you explain that to me?
You guys are already trying to do me.
Explain to me how I'm trying to make you, or whoever is trying to make you out to be a monster. Who's telling you that stuff? Is there somebody from that I work with that told you that? Somebody you're close with, that they told you that?
No.
All right. But you understand this whole thing is getting a little out of hand. Would you agree?
Of course. But
so that's why.
No, it's just the way you guys are going about it.
And again,
yeah,
I don't
not you specifically, but
right.
Yeah, nobody comes out there like that for a second-degree assault charge. Nobody. Been arrested for worse charges. They don't come out and throw fucking flashbangs at my girlfriend's car and ram us into the fucking guardrail. They don't do that for a second-degree assault charge.
Again, you understand what the charges are, right?
Second-degree assault, right?
Yep.
Okay.
There's also an endangering the welfare charge.
Okay.
And interference with custody. Okay, so.
Yeah, facts, Miss W. I noticed that. I wouldn't trust him either. But he's just so like, he has such an attitude and just, oh.
So how did I interfere with custody?
So that paperwork that we served you the other day, you remember that?
Okay.
When they were in the alleyway, you remember outside of on Lake Ave?
Yeah.
There's paperwork that you have to comply with. You understand that, right? We had that conversation, did we not? Right? So that's what that's all about.
So second-degree assault charge, what is this referring to?
Well, that's what we want to talk to you about.
Explain to me what I'm being charged with it. What the hell am I being charged with it for?
Well, your daughter had some injuries that you know about when you lived on Guilford Street.
No, I do not.
Okay, so yeah, so this is about the whenever he hit Harmony and she had the black eye. I'm trying to see. This was October 27th of 2022, but it doesn't say the exact date of this interview.
What are you referring to?
Well, you were there. I wasn't, right?
What are you referring to?
I'm referring to her having some good marks.
What are you referring to?
Marks that were left on her by you.
Absolutely not. I have nothing else to say.
I have nothing else to say.
How do you take 20,000 children in the middle of New York?
Oh my gosh.
Remember that conversation?
I remember that conversation, but right off the rip with the way you're approaching the conversation, you guys are completely out of line. So
me?
Yeah.
Do I?
in the time you've known me, which
What
is
you just said to me, you guys are completely out of line.
okay. But so explain to me how are we out of line?
I have nothing to explain.
Okay, but wouldn't you rather explain it so we can make sense of it than just have other people's side of the story? Like, you want to defend yourself and like this picture people are painting of you. Now's your chance, man. Defend
Whose side of the story? Who's telling you these things?
people that were close to you.
Obviously not.
Well, maybe at the time, maybe not anymore. I mean, you saw that reward on the news, right?
No, I did not.
Do you know that the reward is about $40,000 to find where your daughter is right now?
Okay.
When you start throwing money around like that, people come out of the woodwork that you would never expect to do.
Okay.
So, like I said, when I talked to you a few days ago.
Can I have another cigarette?
Sure. I kind of told you this thing was going to get a lot bigger.
That's not right.
And we wanted to get ahead of it.
But you're sitting there telling me that right off the rip that there was something wrong with my daughter because of me. No, that's bullshit.
Okay. So if your daughter had marks on her at some point when you lived over there, how would you explain those?
How would she get those marks? Well, I would love to know when that marks were there because DCYF came to my house multiple times.
Okay. And we know that they came there.
Right. And closed the case.
Okay. Do we know that DCYF is the flagship agency in the country?
No, but if there was significant marks like you're referring to, I believe they would have flagged something at that point, and they would have said something. They wouldn't have came there and seen that the kids were well taken care of. All the kids loved being at the house with me.
So let me tell you about what second degree assault is. There's a lot that encompasses that charge. Basically, if there's a mark on a kid that's under a certain age, it constitutes second degree assault. Although it is a felony, which sounds extremely intimidating, it doesn't mean that somebody got their head bashed in or they got cut up or whatever. So although it sounds pretty intimidating, the charge, I understand.
I just wanted to point out that I thought that was very interesting when I watched this the other night. Why does the cop say we're not saying that someone got their head bashed in or cut up or whatever? Like, why? Yeah, I don't know. That just didn't sit right with me. And again, I don't remember the date of this interview, but it was when he was arrested for the endangerment of the assault on Harmony. I want to say it's the end of 2021. It's all at the end of 2021.
I understand that. What we're talking about doesn't mean that it's the craziest crime that's ever been committed. Do you understand what I mean? Okay. So somebody could have a bruise,
But it was.
or a really bad welt on them, and that would constitute second degree assault for a kid under a specific age. So that's why that charge is there. So nobody is saying that you took like a baseball bat or like stabbed your kid. Like, I'm just going to put that out there. That is not what anybody's saying about you.
No, he did worse.
When I say second degree assault, but it sounds a lot worse than I think you're thinking it is. Are we kind of on the same page?
Yeah, but for you to sit there and say that it was inflicted because of me.
We're just going on what we hear. You're not telling us how it happened, so we're going with what we have.
But I don't even know what you're referring to. What do you?
They're referring to when you hit her and left her with two black eyes. Miss W, what do you mean through? Oh, it's just they're letting him know that they know for sure. So yeah, this is like right. I mean, I don't know if that's just a coincidence that he used those words at this time, because if this was the end of 2021, they hadn't really started. Kayla started talking See, that's another thing. I need to know, like, when they first got the tip from Kayla. Kayla called in. Like, when was the first time Kayla actually started spilling the beans? You know what I mean? Because a lot of things happened in 2022. Um, so this was, I mean, maybe they were starting to put things together. Maybe they kind of knew something, but I have it written down in my notes, and I don't have the energy right now to look. But Kayla did call in the tip about the ceiling tile at the shelter, and I can find that out. That was like yesterday or the day before. So it would be not long after that, whenever they really started putting things together, you know? Yeah, no, I'm saying I know they knew at one point. Like at one point they do know. But in my opinion, if they found evidence, but then again, some of the evidence didn't even come back until like June of 2022, according to like the DNA analysis analyst testimonies. So, like I said, we have to remember she wasn't even reported missing until 2021. We know everything happened in 2019, but she wasn't reported missing until 2021. So that's kind of when it became big and was in the headlines and stuff. And this interview, I just got to find out the date of this interview, but this was just for like the assault. So I really don't know what they knew at this point. I'm not going to try to pretend, but I will look at my notes and see when Kayla called in the tip for the shelter tile and see if they mentioned a date that they went out there to process that scene. So I'll do that while this is playing.
What are you referring to?
Your daughter had a mark on her face that multiple people, have told us was inflicted by you.
Multiple people that weren't even living with us at the time.
Well, there was enough people that had spoken about it.
Yeah.
People share knowledge of what they know.
So somebody, you telling him, and then he tells you, and then he tells you, so something that just
No,
gets passed down the line.
It's yeah, we're not talking. I'm not talking about like a game of telephone here. I'm saying that people say a story and then the details kind of fill themselves in, like corroborate. Do you know what the word corroborate means?
Of course I do.
Okay. You're a smart guy. I'm not trying to insult your intelligence, but when people kind of fill in the blanks, that's what I mean by like we're corroborating that story. But this is your time to tell me, kind of explain that. You know, if you're saying this was a mistake or this was an
I don't even know
accident.
what you're referring to. Like, that's what I'm trying to get at. Is I don't even know what you're referring to.
I'm saying she had a mark on her face.
Okay, I don't even know what you're referring to.
You don't recall your daughter ever having a mark on her face?
The reason DCYF came out to visit you guys, you don't recall that? Why did DCYF come out and start visiting you guys? What was the allegation?
If I remember correctly, it was because of I believe at the time, I could be wrong. I believe it had something to do with my uncle saying I was using drugs, and I wasn't.
Now, who's your uncle? So we are clear.
Kevin.
Okay. And Kevin's last name?
Montgomery.
Now, he lived there with you?
He lived there with me.
Hi, Mark Barden at Sandy Hook Promise here. When the gunman shot his way into Sandy Hook Elementary School on December
Right around the time when I was first going back to get custody from my daughter.
Okay.
And then he left in April, May, March, something around that time.
And just so I have it right, because I don't want to guess or like get confused, what house are we talking about?
Guilford Street.
All right. And what was the number there again?
I'm not 100%.
Okay. Do you remember what color the house was at least?
Beige, maybe.
Okay. And whose house was that originally?
My grandmother's.
All right. And grandma is who?
Kevin's mother.
Kevin's mother.
My dad's mother.
Okay. So was it the Montgomery group living over on Guilford Street?
Yeah, and they all moved out. My grandmother moved out in like January with my little brother, and they all moved down to Florida. And then Kevin went a couple months later.
And so grandma, uncle Kevin, you said little brother, and who's he?
My father's son, Michael.
So Michael, that's what I meant. Like, what's his first name?
Yeah, and his girlfriend.
And his girlfriend. And is he still with that same girl now?
I have no idea.
Oh, so you don't talk to Michael anymore?
No.
Okay. What was that girl's name at the time? Because maybe she could help us to say that, like, this is
Kayla, I believe.
So Michael's girlfriend name was Kayla at the time, and you dated a Kayla at the time.
Yeah.
So it kind of got confusing in the house. Somebody's yelling for Kayla.
Yeah.
Okay. So, what was Kayla? Kayla, you were with at the time was
my wife.
Okay, Montgomery, and then Kayla he was with is
I have no
idea who she was. Okay, so there was Grandma and Kevin. They moved out, and when?
Grandma moved out in like.
I'm just trying to think of people we can talk to.
I'm
like,
trying to
kinda
figure it out.
corroborate that
I'm
stuff,
trying
you know
to
what I mean?
figure it out to go back. Like I think we moved over. Thank you. I think we moved over there. I think we moved over there in like, I don't know, October, September, somewhere around then.
And what year is that?
2018.
Okay.
And at the time, I was going for custody for my daughter for at least a year already at that point. And Crystal was showing no interest.
They didn't even write anything down. They wanted to get him squirming with this so he would break and give them another reason to arrest him. And they're inverting Kayla so they work against each other. Yeah, and see, the thing is, Kayla talked, but the only reason she talked is because she was facing like the fraud charges and all that stuff. So it's like she was in a tight spot. You know, I don't think she spoke for Harmony. I don't think that's the reason she did it. She says she did, but I don't know. I'm just having a hard time believing her, but that's just me, guys.
Interest of going to get our daughter back. So finally, in like, I don't know, December, January, February, something along them lines, courts called me and told me I could come pick her up and bring her home. Brought her home. And then, I don't know, it was, I think the month before, my grandmother left with my brother and his girlfriend. And then the month after, I want to say, Kevin left.
So then, who was left living at the house?
Me, Kayla, and the kids.
In that time period, I don't know which kids were born yet and who was.
It was Declan and Seamus.
Okay, and
then Harmony moved in with us.
Okay. So what time did DCYF get involved with you guys? Like, were they over there often, or was it just like a certain period of time? Or
they were there every single day. The police showed up every single day, saying because that's what it was. That's what it was due. That's what it was due to. So Kevin moved out because between me and my wife and Kevin, we were supposed to like, pay the bills, whatever. Well, Kevin was supposed to pay the electric bill. He didn't pay the electric bill. Me and my wife, I picked my wife from work and showed up at home. They were shutting the electricity off. So me and Kevin got into an argument about not paying the bill.
Yeah.
And he took his shit and moved out. And then so
So Kevin did call in, and that did get DCYF to look into them and everything. But honestly, it was also because Crystal Sori, the mother, the biological mother, started asking questions, started calling DCYS, started calling like the mayor of Manchester. She was calling like the police department. She was calling a lot of people. So between Kevin calling and Crystal and several, like some once we once Crystal spoke to a bunch of people, there it started spreading, and then eventually it finally reached the right ears, and they were able to put out, that she was a missing person. But this it just sucked because she was last seen in 2019, and her missing persons report didn't come out until 2021. And I was just looking at my notes, and so it was Detective Scott Riley, that spoke to Kayla on 12/31/21, and that's when she told them about the ceiling the ceiling vent in the shelter. So yeah, she did tell the grand jury a whole bunch of lies. And remember, it was Adam's story, and he told her what to say. Right? Same, Nicole. Hmm.
The next day, DCY, or 2 days later, something like that, I don't know, DCYF showed up and the police showed up because they said that we were unfit to have the children at the house because there was no electricity in the house.
Okay.
But we had a generator running, we had the fridge hooked up to it, there was food in the fridge, everything was fine. The police showed up, seen that the kids was fine, there was nothing wrong with them. The DCYF showed up and they left.
And was that like summer, fall? Like when was that?
I want to say maybe spring going into summer, maybe.
Oh, okay. So like, you guys hadn't been there for too long then.
6 months or so.
Okay. And how did it end up that you guys got kicked out of there?
All right, so it was my grandmother's house.
Right.
They didn't pay the mortgage or whatever. They moved to Florida, so the mortgage payments weren't being paid. And I don't know, right around Thanksgiving sometimes, the sheriffs came and threw us out. And then me, Harmony, and Declan, Seamus, and Kayla left.
And where the heck did you guys go from there?
We were in our car.
Oh, so you lived in your car at that time?
For a couple of days.
Okay.
And then
did you have like a van or something like that back then at least? What were you driving back then?
Chrysler of some kind, I forget.
Oh, so it was just like a sedan?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're living in the car, so you, Kayla, and the 3 kids were living in the car for a few days, and then how'd you get up out of that situation?
Here's one thing you need to do before you buy anything
I
online.
bet. Sorry, y'all.
Don't spend another dime on Amazon.
Like who took you in, or where'd you guys end up?
We ended up going to our mom's house, Kayla's mom's house.
Okay, and what's her name?
Chris.
Chris, how's she? Well, I mean, she must be okay. She's willing to take you guys in.
Yeah. All right. They're like, all right. I, you know what, man? Like, I don't even want to talk anymore. Like, this is just beating around the bush, man. It just seems a little too silly to me.
Well, I'm trying to figure out who can substantiate your claims that there's like you're not this like monster or person that either DCYF made you out to be, or your family who you didn't get along with, or whoever. So that's why I'm trying to like let you kind of speak your piece about all that shit. You know what I mean?
No, I get what you're saying. I just got nothing else to say. And like, no, yeah, and you and like, I just don't want to sit there and like, can I smoke another butt?
Sure. I'll be honest, I don't smoke cigarettes. I'm a little lightheaded myself.
All right, well, I just know I smoke butts for a minute.
That's all good.
But yeah, no, you but to sit there, man, and sit there and tell me you yourself too, like, this is why I feel like it's just all bullshit. This is just a game. I know it is. I'm not stupid. You fucking
I'm just trying to give you the opportunity to explain yourself.
You're sitting here telling me not to make me out to look like some monster.
Well,
But
no,
you told my girlfriend the other day that she should get the fuck away from me. That you don't even know who I am and what my past is like and all types of crazy shit. Like, but sit there and look me in my face.
Adam, I think you're talking about Kelsey.
Yeah.
Okay. I think Kelsey might be exaggerating a little bit.
I don't know her to exaggerate like that.
It wasn't us talking to Kelsey either.
Oh,
There was other people talking to her, just so you know.
She told me, she gave me your card and said this was the guy that said it.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you that I didn't say that. But if you want to believe it, that's fine.
I mean, she never had no reason to lie to me, so I don't know what she would lie about at that point.
She also told me she had no idea that you had a daughter, so I guess we could say the same thing about you telling her that.
Right, well,
right?
She knew I had a daughter. I
Boom.
had one with Kayla, so she knew I had a daughter.
She didn't know about Harmony.
She knew I had other kids.
Yeah, she knew about your other daughter, not Harmony.
No idea that you ever like lived with her and that you like barely knew her. I don't know
Freaking
if she was lying to
asshole.
me because for whatever. I have no idea. I don't know her. I know you better than her, so that's what I'm saying. So Christina takes you guys in, and she's doing all right. And then would you guys move over to Union Street after that? Is that when you guys get that spot?
Nope, we go to the shelter.
And that's the one on.
Like,
Okay.
Who's we? Who went to the shelter? They allowed you to go as a family to the shelter?
See, I thought they didn't like guys there for some reason.
They always let guys there. They didn't let me in there this time for no reason. Their reason was bullshit because I would have been there with Kayla again.
So back then they let you in there.
Oh yeah.
And it was all of you guys, like it was the five of you. They let you guys stay there.
No. All right, so yeah, you guys are just.
I'm trying to understand. I don't know your timeline of life, man. You're there. I'm not. That's why I'm trying to ask you these questions to clarify them.
I already told you the other day what transpired. So we didn't even go to her mother's house.
Okay. Who didn't go to her mother's
Harmony
house?
was on.
Okay, so Harmony didn't go to Chris's house. So explain to me how she didn't end up going to Chris's house.
I've already explained it.
See, this is so crazy because he's getting so aggravated. But yeah, he's about to say like I think that's whenever he brought brought Harmony to Crystal, but according to the mother, Kayla's mom, she says that she did get to see Harmony one day. That one day, remember? And then she says she didn't see her in the month of December. So that's why I'm saying like the December date, I think is like something's off about the December date. Because why didn't anyone see her after Thanksgiving? That's what I want to know. But yeah, he's getting really heated right here.
To me, okay, so Harmony didn't go to Chris's house. So explain to me how she didn't end up going to Chris's house.
I've already explained this to you.
Okay.
Well, there's some discrepancies between what you're telling us and what other people are telling us. You're saying you brought her down to Mass. Somebody said she came up from Mass.
I never once said I brought it down to Mass.
What did you say? She came up here to get her?
I never once said. I was audio and video recording the other day. I never once said I went down to Mass.
So you're saying that she came up from Mass?
I'm not saying anything else.
Why is it that you refuse to talk about her every time we bring her up?
Because you guys are just sitting here beating a bush. It's over and over. You guys asked me what happened the other day. I told you what happened.
You wouldn't tell us the other day. You said
You guys talked to me the other day. I explained to him what happened the other day. And now it was just a charade. Yep. No, don't worry about it. You're not under arrest. And I'll come up with some fucking bullshit.
We didn't arrest you.
No, the other day, no. But then you had a fucking SWAT team roll up on me and fucking D-Tex follow me around for the last 3 days.
Yeah, people are coming out of the woodwork. That's what we're trying to tell you. Like, we don't want you to be painted as a monster. We want you to maybe explain yourself a little bit and give us some side of your story. We have nothing. We have just what we're hearing from people. $40,000 to drag a lot of people out, whether you believe you're your friends or not.
No, I bet
it's a lot of money.
Yeah, I know it is. Absolutely it is.
That's what we're trying to get. Now's your time. Like, you keep locking up on us. You don't want to tell us anything about her.
I got nothing else to say.
I think you get
about all my kids.
Right. But the one I care the most about is your daughter, Harmony. And we have people around the clock calling into us, giving us tips from all over the country because they care too to try to find where she is. My only goal, which I told you the other day, is to make sure that she's safe. I don't want you to get tied into something if you didn't do anything wrong. My job is not to jam somebody up for something that they didn't do wrong.
You did a lot
Tell
wrong,
me that you
homie.
didn't do anything wrong, then I want to believe you because, dude, I've met you now a few times. I helped you out when you were at the hospital when you were having a fucking meltdown. You told me about your kids. I sat there and I talked to you. Dude, I could have fucking tased you right there, and I didn't do that because I saw deep down inside that you were hurting and that I wanted to help you. Right now, all I'm trying to do is help your daughter. I want to bring her home, and I can't do that without your help.
He freaking killed her.
I can't do that without your help. Help, hey, can you look at me? Help me, please.
Oh my gosh. Of
That's all
course
I'm asking for.
he can't
I
look
can't
at him.
sleep until I know that she's okay. And I know that you know where she is or what happened to her, but I can't do it without your help. And if you don't want to look like this fucking animal, because I don't think you are. Not that I don't think you are, I know you aren't. But
Yeah, he is.
No living being should ever eat.
Oh, but he is.
I can only do so much for you, man. I know. I'm begging you to help me. Because as much as you're hurting inside, I'm also hurting inside, and I don't know how you can sleep at night because I'm sure it's eating the shit out of you. Am I wrong?
No, see, me and Pies. I know I'm not fucking seeing my wife. I'm not seeing my kids. You guys are just playing games like this.
Dude, but I'm not trying.
I'm not trying to play games.
Good.
Like
telling my wife and kids that I'm not allowed to see my wife and kids. Like,
But dude, that was a mistake from some court paperwork that hadn't been updated. So like I said, I apologize for that.
But it was updated. DCYF told them.
No. This was some like DV paperwork I'm talking about.
But I'm talking about DCYF already told us multiple times that there was no contact order.
Maybe through DCYF.
Hey, Lazy. What up? We are on lunch break right now currently. For the trial. It's been really, really slow so far this morning. They did say the next witness will probably be on for a while. However, I won't be on for the rest of the day. Like, I'm gonna be on here for another hour and about another hour, basically, and then I'm gonna drop a link for Court TV for you guys to finish watching. But hopefully the witness has some good information to leave us with today. But yeah, Miss W, like this whole date thing is just I can't even like comprehend it because like when writing down the notes, it doesn't make sense. I have to write down. I really got to work on a timeline this weekend. With everything that's coming out because so many people are confirming, including like the tow truck guy, the mom. Of course, I don't know if the mom is lying or not, but she also said Thanksgiving weekend. Bodero said Thanksgiving weekend. The only thing that I don't understand is that Kayla is saying December 7th, but Kayla could be lying, you know? So we really don't know the exact date that Harmony was actually unalived. We really honestly don't know what happened to her. We don't really have solid evidence. We have Kayla's word and then we have what they're trying to piece together. You know what I mean? Because yeah, they have the DNA of Harmony and it fits what Kayla said about him putting her in the ceiling at the shelter. You have Kevin's prints all over. I'm sorry, not Kevin. Adam Montgomery's prints all over the sheetrock next to Harmony's DNA. So We know that Kayla was not lying about the shelter, but what we don't know is how Harmony actually died, and we don't know when because the dates are getting screwed up. It's just all so freaking confusing. I think the apartment guy was legit. The maintenance guy, Miss W. You think he was legit in his statement about what? Remind me what you're talking about. Because there's been so many witnesses that I don't know exactly what you mean, but um let's see. Damn, that's crazy. Right. I know it's been wild. You have missed a lot of testimony lately. It's insane. Oh, the apartment. Oh, okay. So the drug dealer guy, right? Bodero? Right. That's what I'm saying. He remembers it being Thanksgiving weekend. He remembers bringing them Thanksgiving leftovers, and he let them borrow his car. So it's like, where did December 7th come from? Why is Kayla saying December 7th? It doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna let this finish.
It could have been through DCYF. So let's fucking forget about it. You've seen your kid, you've seen your wife and kids over the last how many days, right?
I haven't seen them in the last I haven't seen my kids in the last 2 days, 3 days.
Okay. You're always gonna be their father. Declan, Seamus, and then Sierra, right? Kiera. And then there's Harmony.
That he didn't care about. I got nothing else to say.
That's it, guys.
Hey, can you make me a promise? Like man to man? Can you tell me that she's alive?
Nope.
You're gonna play the same word games that you played with me the other
No,
day.
it's not word games.
I got nothing else.
Because we care, man. We want to know.
This isn't gonna go anywhere. Like this isn't gonna stop. So
No, no, it's not.
So
So
either get on the bus now or get run over.
I got nothing else to say.
Why is it you have so much trouble talking about Harmony?
Guys, I got nothing else to say.
You're proving their point.
We'll leave this copy of this ex parte or it's a petition from DCY.
Yeah. What a freaking loser who just couldn't freaking tell the truth. I got nothing else to say. I got nothing else to say. That's all he says. So annoying. Yeah, you're right. The Bodero, the drug dealer that lived at a colonial village, he doesn't want to be locked up. So I would think he's being clear about his statements. Yeah, I do too. As of right now, I do too. He had his lawyer present. He has full immunity. He has no reason to lie. So I just keep thinking that it's the December 7th date is going to be proven to be a lie, and Kayla is going to go down for whatever because she lied again. I assume they're going to play this in court. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I've watched it like 3 times now, and it's just so like when he says man to man, can you tell me if she's alive? And he's just like, I have nothing else to say. Such a freaking he's a coward. He was down to do the crime but doesn't want to man up for his actions. Exactly. But all his other kids he's fine with. Why Harmony? You know? Like he should have never took custody of her again if he didn't love her, if he didn't care about her. So frustrating. But I'm just reading through some notes right here, y'all. Yes, I'm reading my notes and it says in March of 2021, Kayla and Adam wanted to get back together. So she left him not long after. I think it was in March of 2020 when she finally left him. I'm not sure. I have that somewhere. This stuff makes me sad. They're just innocent children. No child should have to go through something like that. It's just sad. It really is. A 5-year-old little girl who's terrified of her father, who she was returned to when she was taken out of a perfectly happy home where she was loved and could play and be a kid, you know? And then they return her to this monster, and then this is what he does? They did a sloppy job with the transitioning of Harmony to parent. Yeah, they did. They're not supposed to freaking do that. Let me see if I muted it. Oh, I did. Okay, our next witness, guys.
Just be careful of the wires, please.
So Detective Bergeron Rose, I'm going to ask that you remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you'll provide this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat. And is the lighting okay here?
It's okay. Yeah.
At any point, if you need to take a break, please let us know so we can request that from the judge.
Okay.
Detective Bergeron Rosa, can you begin by stating and spelling your first and last name for the record?
Detective Adam Bergeron Rosa, ADAMBERGERON-ROSA.
And Detective Bergeron Rosa, how are you presently employed?
With the Manchester, New Hampshire Police Department.
And let me back up for just a second. Where do you currently reside?
Where do I currently reside?
City and state.
I currently reside in Allenstown, New Hampshire.
How long have you been a New Hampshire resident?
My whole life.
And you mentioned that you presently work for the Manchester Police Department?
Yes.
How long have you worked there?
Just over 15 years.
And what is your current assignment with the Manchester Police Department?
I'm a detective.
As a detective with the Manchester Police Department, what are your roles and responsibilities?
To investigate the crimes within the city of Manchester. That includes things like interviewing victims, suspects, witnesses, other involved parties, processing crime scenes, documenting evidence, collecting that evidence, and I'm also a liaison officer between Leeds Online and the Manchester PD.
I'm going to follow up with you on a few of those specific areas as we go along here. Let me ask you this: Are you active? Are you on active duty currently?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Are you currently on a medical leave?
When need be, yes.
And I talked to you earlier about light sensitivity.
Yes.
Are you on medical leave currently?
Currently, I'm on FMLA, yes.
And you're actually out this entire month, is that right?
I am.
So again, if you need to take a break at any point, just let us know.
Okay.
You mentioned working for the Manchester Police Department for 15 years.
Yes.
Any other law enforcement experience outside of that?
Not outside the Manchester Police Department, no.
As an officer with the Manchester Police Department, did you graduate from the police, the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did in April 2009.
And do you remember what class you were?
148.
Detective Bergeron Rosa, while working in your official capacity as a detective with the Manchester Police Department, were you assigned duties regarding the investigation of the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery?
I was.
And can you describe generally, just generally, so a bird's eye view of your role and participation in that investigation?
Documentation and photographing of various crime scenes and anything when it came to Leeds Online.
During your involvement in the investigation, did you participate in neighborhood canvassing?
I did on one occasion, I believe down in Lowell, where we canvassed the neighborhood.
Did you participate in area searches during the course of your involvement?
I did.
How about digs? Did you?
One
participate
occasion, yes.
On one occasion?
Yes.
And where was that location?
I believe it was 77 Guilford Street.
Did you participate in evidence processing?
I did.
I want to go into some of the specific things that you did during the course of your investigation in this case. And I want to begin by talking about the processing of an Audi IS4 bearing New Hampshire registration 4569334. During your involvement, did you participate in the processing of that vehicle?
I did.
And what was the condition of that vehicle when you processed it?
It was poor. Specifically, the inside was damp, covered in mold. The condition of the vehicle was poor.
What was your specific role in processing that vehicle?
To apply Blue Star to the interior of the vehicle and document the results.
And were you assisted by other detectives in processing that Audi IS4?
I was.
And do you recall their names?
Detective Bombard and Detective Ray Lamy.
Do you recall when that processing occurred?
January 21st, 2022 through January 23rd, 2022.
And I think you
Hey, let's go get lunch. What's wrong? And I don't know what to do.
The jury's heard a lot about processing. Recall when that processing occurred?
January 21st, 2022 through January 23rd, 2022.
And I think you mentioned this, but you used a chemical process called Blue Star. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the jury's heard a lot about Blue Star during the course of this trial. Let me ask you this. Did you receive presumptive positive results during the processing of that vehicle?
We did.
And with the samples that you received presumptive positives on, what did you do with those samples?
So if it was on a part of the vehicle that could be removed, we removed that article that had that presumptive positive on it and then packaged that article as evidence. If they were on parts of the vehicle that could not be removed, we took a blood swab or a swab of that area, of that presumptive positive area.
So you swabbed the area?
Yeah, we swabbed it.
Do you know what occurred with those samples after your processing?
I don't.
Do you believe they would have been sent to the lab?
Oh, of course.
Okay. And we've already heard from the folks at the lab, so I'm not going to question you about that. I want to transition. I want to switch gears. I want to talk about a specific address, specifically 177 Lake Ave. Are you familiar with that location?
I am.
Is that also known as the Families in Transition or FIT shelter?
It is.
And what city is that location?
In Manchester, New Hampshire.
Can you describe your role and participation in processing 177 Lake Ave?
Primarily photography and processing that scene with Blue Star.
Were you accompanied by other detectives during the processing of the Families in Transition shelter?
I was.
Do you recall the specific room that you responded to?
I don't remember the actual room number, but I do remember being there and doing it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you took photographs during that processing?
I did.
And do you recall who you were with during the processing of the Families in Transition shelter?
Yes, I was with Detective Sergeant Lovejoy, Detective Ray Hill, Detective Garrett Bombard, and Detective Ray Lamy.
And I'm going to bounce around from thing to thing, but I want to switch gears again. I want to talk about the processing of an address 644 Union Street. Are you familiar with that location?
I am.
And can you describe your familiarity with that location?
It's in Manchester, New Hampshire, more or less at the corner of Union and Orange. It's a big multi-family building with several levels. And how much more do you want me to go into?
That's fine.
Okay.
During the course of your involvement in this case, though, did you participate in the processing of one of the specific units?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors about the specific actions that you took during that process?
So I was mainly assigned to take photographs of the processing and evidence collection of the first floor at 644 Union Street and the basement, and whatever evidentiary items came out of that.
With regard to the evidentiary items that came out of the basement area, can you walk the jurors through generally what was collected?
So generally speaking, we were focused on the drain pipes going into the basement where all the other units converged into what's called, the plumbers called the tree. That that goes down into a single pipe that then exits the building into the city sewer street.
How large are those pipes?
Very large. Most of them were very old, 4 or 5 foot sections of cast iron.
Cast iron?
Yeah.
I imagine they would be very heavy as well.
They were.
And before we talk more about those specific pipes, what other agencies, if any, were present during the processing of that apartment?
Primarily the FBI was present.
And what was their role in processing that apartment?
As I recall, they were processing the top level of the series of apartments. I was not really there to see what they did, but they were on the top level, and we were on the first floor, and in the basement.
I want to turn back to the pipes that you mentioned.
Okay.
I think you said your role was to collect photographs during the processing of that apartment. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you take photographs of the entire processing of those pipes?
Yeah, I did.
And those large cast iron pipes, were they removed from that apartment unit, the apartment building?
Yes, they were.
Your Honor, may I have questions?
Mr. May?
So that's what they were searching all the sewers for and all those large pipes at that address when we were watching it. That's crazy. And to know that they took that as evidence, wow. We knew it was pretty bad when they were like in the sewage system, though. Like that just, ugh.
So Detective Bergeron Rosa, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibits 57 through 60. Okay. I'm just going to ask that you look through each of those in turn and look up when you finish. Do you recognize those images?
I do.
And what do you recognize them from?
Those are images I took.
You took those?
Yes.
And was that during the specific processing of the pipes that we discussed?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate representations of what you observed that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to strike the ID of States Exhibit, what's been marked as States Exhibit 57 through 60, and mark is full and published to the jury.
No objection.
All right. The ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits. They may be published to the jury.
So Detective Bergeron Rosa, I'm going to leave these with you. I don't know if that would be easier than looking at the screen behind you. I'm also going to put them up on the screen.
Okay.
So whichever you prefer. I'm going to start with a question about those apartment units that you searched. What led you to those apartment units?
As I understood it, from the lead detectives on that this case, is it was a prior residence of the people involved.
Who specifically was the prior resident?
Adam Montgomery and Kayla Montgomery.
And so before we get to the actual photos themselves, you mentioned that the pipes were processed. How did you process the pipes?
So this was a unique circumstance for us. So we had to devise a way to get the contents of those pipes out so we can then look at them for anything of evidentiary value. So what we did is we suspended the pipes off the back of a police truck off the tailgate at about a 45-degree angle and had a sifting device with 3 levels of sifting that we would then power wash the inside of those pipes, and the contents would then spill out onto these sifters. And after each pipe was done, we would empty those sifters and look at the contents to see if anything of evidentiary value was there.
It's almost like gold panning.
Yeah, yeah, yep.
And I'll back up. Before you set up that contraption that you just mentioned, did you cut the pipes out?
Of course, yes.
Where were those pipes brought?
Those pipes were brought to the Manchester Police Station.
And the setup that you're discussing, where specifically in the Manchester Police Department did that?
These photos, we transferred the pipes to, because this was kind of a large operation, it needed a lot of space. So we went to one of the bays in the highway department across from the parking lot and conducted the sifting there of those pipes.
And so I'm going to turn your attention to what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 60. Is that consistent with the State's Exhibit 60 that's in front of you?
Yes.
And so can you explain to the jurors what we're seeing in this image?
We have, the back tailgate of the truck, and we strapped down the pipes that we extracted from 644 Union Street, and we use our sifting devices and power wash one end of them, and the contents would spill out onto here, and through each layer, and we would look through the contents of those pipes after we power wash them thoroughly and see if there was anything of evidentiary value.
Turning your attention to what's been marked as State's Exhibit 59. What are we looking at here?
That is one of the pipes after power washing.
And was this, you said this was after the power washing?
Yes.
And we'll talk about that in just a moment. Turning to State's Exhibit 58. What are we looking at here?
That is in the previous image of the double pipes. That's the one closest to you. That's before power washing.
Now, you mentioned a power washing, and I want to turn to State's Exhibit 57. What are we seeing in this image?
A high pressure hose that is manned by, I believe, I can't see the face, but if I remember, it was Detective Bombard holding that. And the high pressure hose, you put it in the end of the pipe, and the water would shoot down the pipe, and any loose contents would flow down into those sifting devices.
And you mentioned those sifting devices. Let me ask you this, Detective. Was there a forensic anthropologist there that day with your team?
There was.
Okay. And do you know that individual's name?
I do not recall, but she was there. I don't recall her name.
Why was there a forensic anthropologist there that day?
Well, in the instance that we found any kind of human remains, she would be able to assist us in identifying preliminarily if those remains were in fact human or not.
Your work that day processing those pipes, about how long did you work on that specific processing?
It was most of the day.
Multiple individuals there?
Yes.
So, Detective, I want to switch gears again. And I want to talk about your involvement with collecting specific evidence items in this case.
Okay.
I want to discuss obtaining evidence items ABR2 and ABR4.
Okay.
We spoke earlier about your duties and assignments, and you mentioned that you currently serve as a liaison between the Manchester Police Department and an organization called Leads Online. Leads Online.
That's correct.
Can you explain that to the jurors? What is Leads Online and what's your involvement with it?
So Leads Online is a law enforcement pond database that we have access to assist us in our investigations, primarily in stolen property. In the city of Manchester, there are rules and regulations that pawn shops and secondhand dealers have to document what they bring in from people. and that information gets put on Leads Online, which we can then look at. So for instance, in the most simplest terms, if someone commits a burglary at a residence and steals a bunch of items, a lot of times that burglar or their associates for quick cash dumps them off at a pawn shop and gets the quick cash. And we can see, based on the report, statements and everything like that, if the items that are similar or different, and we compare. And a lot of times those items do end up in pawn shops for the quick cash that the suspects need for whatever needs they need it for.
So a simplified version of that is you're able to track specific individuals to specific items.
Exactly.
During the course of your investigation, were you tasked with tracking information related to an individual named Kelsey Small?
I was.
And how about Adam Montgomery?
I was.
And did you do that following your assignment?
Yes, on January 5th, 2022.
How did you go about tracking items related to those two individuals?
So I signed into the Leads Online program, and it's fairly simple. I had the names of the people of interest, and I plugged their names into separate searches, and it pops up with any kind of secondhand transactions, that they conducted at either a pawn shop, and in this case, it occurred at an Eco ATM at Walmart.
And let me back up. There was another individual. Were you assigned to track another individual named Caleb Montgomery?
Yes.
And you said tracked to a specific Eco ATM transaction that occurred at Walmart, and I want to talk about that.
Okay.
So I want to turn your attention to December 30th, rather, of 2021. You said that your search yielded results. I want to talk specifically about the results from that specific day.
Okay.
Can you walk the jurors through your involvement in gathering information related to that transaction?
Sure. So I put in the searches for those three individuals in Leads Online. And what came up was on or about December 30th, there were 4 separate transactions for 4 separate electronic devices that occurred at the Eco ATM at Walmart, 725 Gold Street on December 30th, 2021. Those transactions were conducted by Kelsey Small. And in those transactions, I can see a photo of the individual's ID, because that's what's required to make those transactions, a photo of the individual themselves, and a specific information on each item, like serial numbers if they're available, and a photo of those items that were sold to that Eco ATM.
Your Honor, again, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
So Detective Bergeron Rosa, at the moment I'll be handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 90, previously published to this jury. And I'm just going to ask that you take a look at State's Exhibit 90. I'm going to move these exhibits away. And just look up when you have a chance to.
These are the certified records of those transactions from Eco ATM.
Have you seen those records before?
I have.
Familiar with them?
I am.
And to the extent that those have already been published, Your Honor, I move to republish to the jury.
You mean to so?
And you mentioned that those are the certified records from the Eco ATM transactions. Did you actually obtain those during the course of your involvement in this investigation?
I did.
And is that those documents, are they consistent with what you obtained?
Yes, they are.
I'm going to ask that you look to the screen behind you. what's up on the screen, is that consistent with State's Exhibit 90 that's in front of you?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
And feel free to look at State's Exhibit 90 or the screen behind you, whichever one you prefer. So I want to ask you, what's the name of the individual in the top left that conducted
Kelsey
the
Small.
transaction that day?
Kelsey Small.
And what was the date and time of the transaction? That should be on the top right.
December 30th, 2021 at 2:18 p.m.
And so I want to walk through the phone's make and model.
Samsung Galaxy A01 cell phone.
And that's with respect to one of those 4 transactions? Is that...
Yes, it is.
And so I want to ask you this. What amount did EcoATM pay the individuals for this transaction, for this phone?
$1.
$1.
$1.
You mentioned this earlier, but you said that EcoATM captures certain identifying information of the people that make the transaction or the person that makes the transaction.
Yes.
And so I want to turn your attention back to the screen. Those records that you received, did they capture that information?
Yes, they captured this information, yes.
And you said you'd previously reviewed this information. Can you point the jurors to the individual Kelsey Small that you were tasked with tracking transactions related to?
This young lady right here.
They didn't make
Detective
much
Bergeron,
money.
So what was the next step of your investigation following receipt of this information?
So the next thing I went to do is I do what's called, I put a hold on these items, which means I send a notification to EcoATM to say, hey, do not dispose of these things. We want them for our investigation.
And why would you put a hold on items?
So they do not go wherever they go to their processing center and get destroyed.
Okay. Cell phones, do they generally contain relevant information?
Well, yeah, that too. I mean, the data on these electronic devices can be very valuable to an investigation.
You mentioned putting a hold on those items. Did you ultimately collect them?
I did.
And with respect to the device that you just read off to the jurors, the Samsung Galaxy A01 cell phone, did you collect that specific item?
I did.
And did you give it a specific evidence number?
I did.
What was that evidence number?
ABR4.
ABR4.
4.
If I can have just a moment.
I can't wait to see what they found on these phones. That's what I'm saying. A freaking dollar. But I now see that it's about what's on the phones. I didn't know that they were able to put a hold on those items and then they were able to confiscate them and for the investigation. That's something we didn't know. So that's interesting.
Detective Bergeron Rosa, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibits 143 and 144. And I'm just going to ask that you look at each of those in turn and describe to the jurors what they depict.
144 is a photo of that Samsung A01 cell phone, and the other is the packaging, evidence packaging that I put that cell phone in.
You say that you put the cell phone in. So do you recognize the images that are depicted there?
Yes, I recognize these.
Are they fair and accurate?
Yes, they are.
True and correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID of States Exhibits 143 and 144.
Right, the ID is stricken, they're entered as full exhibits, and they may be published to the jury.
So Detective Bergeron Rosa, you said that you collected the cell phone and you packaged it.
Yes.
What did you ultimately do with this cell phone?
I later provided it to our cybercrime detective, Lou Krozik.
And why did you do that? Why provide it to a cybercrime detective?
So he could perform a cell phone data extraction on it.
You said a cell phone data extraction?
Yes.
Did you receive consent from the Eco ATM to perform?
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm so sorry. Wait, what did he say?
So he could perform a cell phone.
You said a cell phone data extraction?
Yes.
Did you receive consent from the Eco ATM to take the items and to search them?
Yes. Before that was done, I did contact Eco ATM and they gave us clear permission to do what we needed with the devices as it pertained to the investigation, which included a data extraction.
With respect to this transaction, what was the next step in your investigation?
Well, we had a photo of the person who conducted the Eco ATM transaction. So next we wanted see if we could obtain video from Walmart.
Why did you want the footage from Walmart?
To see who possibly Kelsey was with when these transactions were conducted.
What steps did you take to obtain that footage?
I contacted the asset protection officer at Walmart, Mike Doby, and requested the surveillance video footage.
And did you obtain it?
I did.
And I think you mentioned this, but you interacted with Michael Dobe?
I did.
And similar to the cell phone that we just discussed, did you give that footage a specific evidence number?
I did, and that evidence number is ABR2.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you.
Good afternoon. I have no questions.
Okay.
Mr.
So no more further questions. That's so annoying. Did they not find anything on the phones? Like, where were they going with this?
Thank you.
Something had to be found on them freaking phones to make a big deal out of it. What? It's so annoying. Oh, okay. So this is witness 42.
Please, go right up to where the bailiff is. Watch your step on the cords, please, on the way up. Thank you, sir. And Detective, you would remain standing just for a brief moment. I solemnly swear the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to come. And Detective Crosby, because we're being recorded here today, please state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record.
Louis Krozik, LOUISKRAWCZYK.
And as we can probably guess from your title, can I ask you where you're currently employed?
YK. LO.
Your first and your last name for the record.
Louis Krozik, LOUISKRAWCZYK.
And as we can probably guess from your title, can I ask you where you're currently employed?
Manchester Police Department.
How long have you been working there?
About 23 years.
23 years?
Yes.
Okay. Did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Standards and Training Academy?
Yes.
And do you remember your academy class number?
131.
131. With regards to the time that you've been working at the Manchester Police Department, can you describe for us, please, a couple of the different positions that you've had and the different sorts of duties you've had during that time?
I started as a dispatcher. In 2003, I became a police officer, and I worked patrol for about 12 years. I then became a detective, worked general cases, investigations, and moved to cyber crimes in, I think, 2017.
2017. Are you still working cyber crimes to this day?
Yes.
And working in that particular unit or division, how are those duties different from necessarily other detectives that might be working juvenile crimes or domestic violence crimes or general adult crimes?
I mostly work with evidence for other cases that other detectives are working on. So I specialize in digital evidence, phones, computers, electronics.
Can you talk a little bit and explain to the jury what is some of the training that you've had to go through in order to be able to work in this unit and do the type of work with electronics that you do on an everyday basis?
I've had a lot of different trainings through the Secret Service, Homeland Security.
Yeah, I
I've
think
had
that's this
trainings
guy,
through
Allison.
some of the companies that make the equipment that we use, including Celebrite, Magnet. And I've done some of their certification programs also.
The trainings that you take part in, do these sometimes happen almost on a yearly basis to keep up to date with new procedures?
Yes, it's constant.
And as part of your trainings and part of your work, I should say overall, let's just say work, do you do data extractions from cell phones?
Yes.
Over the years, about how many different cell phone extractions would you say you've done?
I didn't count, but probably close to 1,000.
1,000. Can you talk to us a little bit with regards to when extracting information from a cell phone about the term an IMEI? What does IMEI stand for?
I hate acronyms, but it stands for International Mobile Equipment Identifier. It's basically a serial number for a phone.
Like a serial number?
Yes.
So I guess like a serial number, is it unique to a brand of phone or is it unique to a handset, a phone itself?
It's the specific phone. It's how the company identifies that phone.
In connection with the investigation into the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery, did you extract data from a cell phone provided by Detective Adam Bergeron Rosa, labeled evidence item ABR4, a black Samsung cell phone with an IMEI number of 352-082-509-319-804?
Yes.
And generally, how are data extractions conducted from a phone? So if I were to bring my phone into you and say, I need you to go ahead and extract it, how do you go about doing that?
We have physical tools and software to copy the data off the phones, and it varies. All phones are different, and there's different operating systems, so it varies slightly, but usually it involves some specified equipment.
With respect to the extraction from this phone, this ABR4 cell phone, how did you do that one? How did that proceed?
We have a tool called the Gray Key.
Gray Key. Is that a software or is that hardware?
It's hardware.
Okay. And how does that work?
You plug the phone in, it gives you instructions. It can determine if there's a pin to the phone. And once it finds a pin, it'll extract all the data from the phone.
Is that software generally accepted and utilized by law enforcement agencies across the country?
Yes.
And were you able to extract data from that cell phone, from that ABR4 cell phone?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What was done with the data that you extracted from that phone?
We have a software program that interprets the data to organize it so that you can look through it.
Okay. And did you save that data into evidence?
Yes.
Do you remember what evidence item you gave to it? It's my understanding that detectives typically use their initials when they put something into evidence. What would this have been called?
I believe it was LJK5.
LJK5 being your initials, right?
Yes.
Does that data extraction process also place the extracted data into a searchable format so that you can just look through with a user account and find different identified information on there?
Yes, it does.
And one key thing I want to ask, the extraction that you do, does that actually change or put any data on the phone? Or does it simply copy the data that's on the phone into the searchable format?
Sometimes it has to put a client on the phone, but it won't alter the user data at all.
And will it alter the information such as messages sent to and from, or list of contacts, or photographs that are on there, videos that are on there, music that's on there, anything like that?
No.
Were photos of the phone and the envelope it came in taken as part of your extraction process?
Yes.
I'd like to go ahead and direct your attention for the screen for what's already been marked as a full exhibit, States Exhibit 143. And if you could please, what's this a photograph of generally?
That's how we package evidence.
And I'd like to go ahead and look a little bit closer. The label, do you recognize that zoom in as the label on that envelope?
Yes.
And with regards to it, what's the label that's been given for this cell phone? What are the initials that came, the evidence initials that came with this one?
ABR4.
Separate from that, I'd like to also go ahead and show what's been marked as States Exhibit 144. Do you recognize what this is a picture of?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's the back of the cell phone, ABR4.
There are two white rectangles that I see on the screen here. Are those labels?
Yes.
And are those labels that you put on?
No.
I'd like to go ahead and focus in on the label on the bottom, if I could, please, and we'll zoom in here. Is this that same ABR4 phone that you downloaded?
Yes.
Okay. And with regards to that, could you read the IMEI number for us, please?
352-082-509-319804.
I apologize. Detective Krosnick, I'm just going to have you look at actually States Exhibit 143 and 144. I just wanted to have you go ahead and compare to the images behind you. If you could look back on 144 just for a moment. Other than the fact that the one behind you happens to be in color and that one is in black and white, are there any other changes between those two images?
No.
I'd like to direct your attention to 143. Same question. Other than the fact that what's on the screen behind you is in color and what's in front of you is in black and white, any other changes or differences between those two images?
No.
Thank you. Detective, did you look at some of the data that came off of the cell phone yourself?
Yes.
And did the data extraction process that you went through, did that also provide information as to whether or not a Facebook Messenger account was once logged onto the phone and accessed on the phone?
It did.
Okay. Can cell phones that have been deleted still hold on to relevant information on them for investigations?
Yes.
How is that?
There's a couple different ways. For an older phone, you can access the deleted space on a phone. If you delete something, you're basically telling the phone that it can use that space again, but it doesn't remove anything that's there. And then on a newer phone, a lot of times information is stored in a database, and similar to the way the drive on the phone works, you're just telling the database it's okay to use this spot. You're not actually deleting the stuff on the spot until something new has to be written.
I imagine most jurors are familiar with the phrase Facebook or Facebook Messenger, but for those who are not, can you just explain to us what is Facebook and what is the Facebook Messenger service?
Facebook is a social media app, so people can post things publicly or to a private group. Messenger is their messaging app that's associated with Facebook. It used to be one app, but I think they separated it into two different apps. Similar to text messages, you can send and receive messages to people.
How do you identify one Facebook Messenger account from another?
Facebook uses either a unique name or often now it's a number, identifying number.
Returning back to the data that was extracted from this cell phone that we see up on the screen, ABR4, were you able to see whether a Facebook Messenger account with the account number of 100009007885803 was once logged onto that phone or accessed from that phone?
It was.
And how do you look into a user account extracted from the phone for the Facebook account?
The software will usually identify it. It looks through the Facebook files from the application, and then I manually look at the files that I picked out to confirm that the software is accurate.
So that particular account that I read out before, and I'll be clear about it, it's 140-900-788-5803. Was that Facebook account once logged into this phone that you searched?
Yes.
And you found evidence of that on this phone. Is that
Yes.
correct? I'd like to now show you what's been marked States Exhibit 11. It's a full exhibit. And here I'm on page 2 of that exhibit. Let me ask just generally, do you recognize this exhibit at all?
Not the specific one, no.
Okay. Do you know of any individual by the name of Matt Gendron?
I do not.
I'd like to zoom in here at the very top of the screen. Could you please read for us what the Facebook account is for this message thread involved?
This is 100009007885803.
Thank you. And also on this particular exhibit, and is that highlighted appropriately with the yellow circle, the Facebook account that you just read?
Yes.
And the message that you see on this particular screen, starting on the one, starting on the very first one, can you read for us the date and time of that first message?
12/8/2019 at 12:13 a.m.
And what's the message?
Hey, need help ASAP. Please need a jump and jumper cables ASAP.
Hold on.
And
I
can you
gotta hear
please read the date and time
time.
in the next two messages?
Wait.
12/8.
12/8/19 at 12:13 a.m. So now they did really need a jump. If it was the day after Harmony died, with Crystal said 12/7, he's sending or somebody's sending messages here on 12/8. So that corroborates what Kayla said here. So now I'm even more confused, but what's new, right?
12/8/2019, 12:58 a.m.
And what are the two messages there?
I need a jump. My car died. We've been sleeping in our car and the battery just died.
Did you say my car died?
Yes.
My car died.
Detective, I'd also like to show you
My car died. Sounds like Adam.
40. And I'm just going to have you look at that just for a quick moment. I don't suppose you know who Travis Beach is.
I don't know. I know the name, but
No,
I don't know anymore.
Don't know the person personally.
No.
Okay. With regards to this particular exhibit, the same number that you read out a moment ago, the Facebook account that you found on ABR4, also the number that you read out a moment ago on the screen regarding a message to Matt General, could you please see? Do you see that same 100009007885803 number on that particular exhibit?
I do.
And that particular, the messages going back and forth, does that person appear to be communicating with Travis Beach from a Facebook account with the same number?
I'd appear so, yes.
And can I just ask you a quick question, Detective? Regards to the time that's indicated on this particular exhibit, I'm going to take it back in for a minute. Do you see that it says UTC there?
Yes.
Okay. Could you just answer for us here in regards to UTC? What is UTC in terms of concept of time?
It's universal time code. It's a way that everybody knows what time we're talking about without having different time zones. So if I say 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock is a different time in California. So 8 o'clock is always 8 o'clock in UTC.
So 8 o'clock is 8 o'clock UTC. So does it work like time zones in terms of if it's currently 2 o'clock here, then I've got to think, well, what time is it in California? I have to go back 3 hours, so it must be 11 o'clock there. Is that work also from where we are here in the Eastern time zone versus UTC? Like, is there a difference between the two?
Yes, every time zone is just an offset of UTC time.
So what is the offset for where we are now, Eastern Standard Time? What's the offset of that for UTC?
It's
and
minus.
Specifically, I'm sorry, I should be more specific. During the winter, when we're in Eastern Standard Time, as compared to the spring, when we spring ahead to Eastern Daylight Savings Time.
You got me, because I always mix it up off the top of my head, but it's either 4 or 5 hours minus.
Does it fluctuate back and forth between those two based upon the time of year?
Yes.
That's so confusing. Okay, so I just want to point out the fact that he said it was on 12/8.
So just to clarify then, Detective, between 4 or 5 hours, depending on the time of year, that's the difference between where we are now, Eastern Standard Time and UTC.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you, sir. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I'm Jamie Brooks, and I represent Adam Montgomery, and I just want to get a quick clarification on something. The state talked with you about a phone. ABR4 is what it's labeled. And the state talked about how there is a Facebook account that was accessed on that phone. Do you understand thus far?
Yes.
Great. So the state then showed messages or Facebook Messenger exchanges from that account. One involved an exchange with a Matthew Gendron. The other involved an exchange with Travis Beach. Do you follow me thus far?
Yes.
Okay. So, but what is not shown is that those messages were physically typed from that phone.
Hmm.
Correct? That's not what
Huh?
the
Correct.
evidence shows.
Yes. Well, I don't know if I'm sorry, can you rephrase?
Sure. The evidence does not show that those messages were actually made from that specific phone, ABR4, correct?
Okay. I did not review the messages themselves. I reviewed the account.
Okay. So all that's shown is that the account that had those exchanges was accessed on ABR4.
That's what I reviewed. Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, they were still on the phone, dude.
So you found out that that phone was logged into that account. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was all sitting on the deleted space? Deleted space on the phone? Like the account was no longer there on the phone. You're finding it in this deleted space?
The files that show the account were not deleted, but I don't recall whether the account was actually deleted from the phone. But the files were not. They were resident on the phone.
They were resident on the phone.
Yes.
So you could see them?
Yes.
And this was the phone that was ABR4. Do you know where Detective Bergeron Rosa got it from or not?
Yes, I believe he got it from Eco ATM.
Right. Thank you.
Nothing further.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
You ask the witness to excuse me.
Any objection? Witness is excused.
Oh my God.
Excuse me. The state calls Craig Stansel, Officer Craig Stansel.
Okay, y'all. I'm gonna pause it because I'm gonna drop the link to this video or this live because I have to go and pick up Micah and visit some family members. So I am going to end my coverage of this today. I will continue watching and take notes later when I can, and probably sometime this weekend I'll go over the second half of this of today's testimonies. I'm so sorry, Allison. I'm so sorry. And yeah, honestly, I hope this next witness has something to do with the phones also, because I know they found the Facebook messages, but like I thought there was going to be damning evidence on there, but there wasn't. So who knows? Was there be afraid of my sister's case? Right, Barq? Oh my gosh. But thank y'all for joining. I know you just got here, but get some sleep. And I have been up since way early and I am already super tired. So I'm going to go get this done. But I love you all and I will be back at it Monday. And like I said, though, this weekend we will do a recap. We can do open panel if you guys want to join and we can talk about it. But I will fill you in on the rest of today's sometime this weekend. And Allison, if anything major happens, please text me. But I love you all. And I appreciate y'all for being here. Justice for Harmony Montgomery. I just pray this goes the way that we want it to, you know? All right, guys. Love y'all. Stay blessed. And y'all have a great day.